Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the September 12th meeting of the Charles County Board of Education. Can we please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, welcome back. Our first regular board meeting since school has started. Hello to all our student representatives back there. Why don't you all say hi? Introduce yourself again. Yes. Start down here in the end. Just there you go.
Good afternoon. My name is Shreya Chada, and I'm North Point Student Liaison.
Afternoon.
I don't know me already, but I'm Christian Kotvis. I'm the liaison for Thomas Owen.
Hi, I'm Erin Maris. I'm McDonald's liaison.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Tober. I'm the La Plata High School liaison.
Hi, I'm David Yum. I'm Westlake High School's liaison.
Very good. Welcome. Good to see you all together. And for those who didn't see her on her first meeting, Treasurer, want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Treasurer, the new student member of the board.
Okay. All right. Welcome back, everyone. And we're going to start by hearing from our superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Good afternoon, Chairperson Lucas, Vice Chairperson Morley, board members, staff, guests here with us today, student leaders, as well as those watching the meeting online. I'm excited to share that Charles County Public Schools has another successful start to a new school year. I've been so pleased to see the many ways staff have done so many getting to know you activities in the first week of school to start right away building meaningful relationships with our students. For the 23-24 school year, close to 28,000 students fill our schools daily. Thank you to each staff member and teacher for your part in a wonderful start to the school year. As we move past the first weeks of school, I am happy to share that fall athletics and extracurricular activities are well underway. School staff are busy planning field trips, parent-teacher organization meetings, open houses, and more school-to-home community building and engagement activities. Athletic schedules are posted regularly to the Southern Maryland Athletic Conference websites, and parents can find information about school-based events on their children's school website or by calling the school direct. Or for district-wide events in the arts, please also follow us on our social media platforms. September 15th marks the start of Hispanic Heritage Month. Our ESOL program recently collaborated with the Charles County government on a Hispanic Heritage Month video project in which two of our ESOL students, Eduardo Hurtado, a Maurice J. McDonough High School student, and Angie Dubon Pineda, a St. Charles High School junior, recorded the narrative of the videos. In recognition of their efforts, the students accepted the Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation earlier today from the Charles County Commissioners. We will share the videos with our school communities as they are published. Later today, the board will present a resolution to CCPS staff as part of our recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month. Celebratory events to highlight the importance of Hispanic heritage will take place all month long. The Charles County Parks, Recreation, and Tourism Department is hosting a community family event as part of its Hispanic Heritage Month celebration from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturday, September 30th at the Waldorf Senior and Recreation Center. Please visit the Parks and Recreation website to learn more. Later on today's agenda, you will hear more details about the opening weeks of school from Chief of Schools, Dr. Marvin Jones, Kevin Lowndes, Chief of Technology, Teaching and Learning, and Michael Heim, Chief of Operations and Supporting Services. Please tune in and listen to their presentations as they share important information about instructional, administrative, and facility updates for the new school year. Thank you to our staff and our community for your unwavering commitment to our students and for your continued support of Charles County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Navarro. Next, we're going to hear from Mr. Sean Heil, President of the Education Association of Charles County.
Welcome back to the new school year. Chairperson Lucas, Vice Chair Morley, board members, Superintendent Navarro, CCPS executive staff, educators, and community members. As we come back to the first meeting of the school year and the first start of the school year for many of you on the board, there are a couple of topics I'd like to bring to your attention. In my remarks, I hope to address the value of collaboration, as well as some concerns EACC leadership sees on the horizon. That would not be one of the concerns we see looming on the horizon. The back-to-school baseball bash was a great success. EACC heard from several attendees that said making it a family event made all the difference in the world for them. As educators invested in the future of the county and our children in the county, it made perfect sense to include family members as part of this celebration. All CC employees were invited to participate in this celebration thanks to the collaboration between CCPS, AFSCME, and EACC leadership. EACC also appreciates the Board of Ed members that were able to share time with staff on all levels, as well as some of our county commissioners, delegates, and state senators. Even though the game didn't quite go as well as we would have liked for our Blue Crabs, the general camaraderie and good feelings for all in attendance was palpable. Let's see if this is the start of a new tradition. Overall, we are hearing positive comments from our members and EACC's Board of Directors about the start of the school year. When asked what is causing this feeling, one of the things that gets mentioned is the consistency in addressing school behaviors in the building. This is coming from educators that appreciate what their administrators have done at the start of the year to establish a safe and orderly environment, and from administrators who appreciate the complete building enforcing of the code of conduct consistently. This building teamwork is a direct extension of last year's discipline committee that included EACC members, CCPS leadership, transportation, students, and community members. The recommendations of the committee were presented by Dr. Jones to the Board of Education, and the changes were adopted by this board. The need for consistent enforcement of the code of conduct by administration, teachers, and supported by parents is necessary to see if there are any additional changes that need to be made. I would like to remind everyone that according to COMAR, if a student has been suspended or expelled, the principal may not return that student to the classroom without conferring with the teacher who referred the student to the principal. If a student's disruptive behavior results in action less than suspension, the principal shall confer with the teacher who referred the student to the principal before returning that student to the teacher's classroom. Let's all make sure that we are processing these incidents and communicating clearly with all parties to set our students up for success and not a return to the original behavior. There are a couple of concerns that are on EACC's radar going into the new year. One is safety at high school sporting events. These extracurricular activities are such a valuable offering that the school system provides. However, these events seem to be causing some anxiety for staff, administration, and students as incidents continue to increase. EACC is ready to participate in any discussions that would make staff and attendees feel more secure at these events. They're supposed to be fun and enjoyable community activities. As we all know, the current teacher shortage continues to have an impact in all areas of CCPS. At the start of this year, we are hearing specific concerns about providing special education services to our students in need. We can't sacrifice working conditions and retention to put a Band-Aid on this problem. It calls for creative solutions. This area is where we're hearing the most concerns so far from certificated and conditional teachers because of the level of accountability is so high in this arena. EACC is eager to be part of any discussions moving forward to support those providing essential services to our neediest students. Lastly, the work of two important groups as part of the EACC negotiated agreement have begun. The Extra Pay for Extra Duty Committee and the Career Ladder Development Council both had their first meeting this year. There's much work to be done, not only by these two committees, but throughout the system as we face challenges in front of us as an educational community. Moving forward, the voices of educators must be the center of our work together as we address concerns, rebuild an education workforce for tomorrow's students, and address the needs of all of our students today. If we don't focus on the working conditions and support for employees, we're not going to be able to realize the successes that we want to accomplish for each of our 27,000 plus students. EACC believes that when we work together, we can accomplish much. We look forward to being an integral part of the solutions in the school year and the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heil. Next, we're going to hear from Ms. Birch from AFSCME.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Sarah Birch, President of AFSCME Local 2981, Charles County Board of Education. Well, summer sure went fast, and a new school year has already started. AFSCME has many plans for the upcoming year: negotiation, increasing membership, a special member-only party, helping all support personnel in need. On July 8th, 2023. 4 members, Rosalind Manley, Geneva Burris, Barry Woods, and myself went to Maryland Live for a special convention to elect Patrick Moran, President of Council 3, into office. In August, I joined a new committee for AFSCME, Presidents of K through 12 locals. This committee is chaired by Brian Epps of Baltimore County. As Charles County divisions prepared to open the new school year, Food and Nutrition held a meeting for all employees at Lackey High School. AFSCME was represented by Stuart Katzenberg. Council 3 is always ready to represent our local. If anyone is holding a meeting in our system, let me know. I would love to come and speak about our union. Any support personnel can contact me if you need help or to ask a question or if you have suggestions. The baseball bash was held on August 26th, sponsored by AFSCME, EACC, and Charles County Board of Ed. It was good to see everyone in a social setting. AFSCME gave 2 door prizes of $100 gift certificates. Local 2981 is sending some members to Stewart training on September 20th and 21st. It is hard to understand how such a tragedy had to happen 22 years and 1 day ago for us to realize how vulnerable America could be. Always remember.
All right, next, Mr. Lowndes and Mr. Heim and Dr. Jones. Gentlemen, good to see you. Hope everybody had a good summer.
Good afternoon.
Haven't seen you in so long.
Yeah. Chairperson Lucas, Vice Chairperson Morley, and board members, and Dr. Navarro, Superintendent Dr. Navarro. Good to see everyone today. Today we are going to give you an update or an overview of the opening of the schools. We've had a great opening this year. It's been great to get out to the schools. Nice to see the students with big smiles on their faces. Parents with big smiles on their faces to see their kids back at schools, and plenty of our teachers there ready to help and to help our students learn. I'm going to start, though, with the Office of Teaching and Learning because our year actually starts before the school year begins. As many of you know, many of our teachers that we have hired over the last couple of years have been provisionally certified and are coming with us with the desire and the will to be great teachers, but without the necessarily teaching training that we have come to recognize from our colleges. And so we have spent a lot of time figuring out what our teachers need to be successful within their schools and making sure that we're offering a lot of professional learning that begins in the summer. And so I wanted to review a little bit of the professional learning that we're offering during the summer to get our teachers up to speed with the curriculum, with behavior management, and also with some of the things with our student services has to offer, such as Title IX training and restorative practices training. So you'll see we've been extremely busy over the summer. We had over 100 courses that we offered. We had over 3,000 teachers take advantage, or not only teachers, but also other employees take advantage of the trainings that we offered this summer. And I put them in basically 3 buckets in 3 areas. One is a curriculum, so anything that had to do with a course that we are currently teaching and that we're providing curriculum training on. And this included both new teachers, but also for our seasoned teachers when we offer a new course, such as the geometry. We changed the curriculum this year to offer illustrious math. We brought them in as well. So we had over 2,000 participants participate in curriculum training this summer. Behavior management. So with behavior management training, this had to do with the courses that we offered actually to all of our elementary school teachers and our special education teachers as well, where it is de-escalation. We have a CPI training known as de-escalation and restraint and seclusion training, and we only offered the de-escalation portion of it to all of our elementary school teachers and as well as all of our special education teachers. This was offered during a mandatory 2-day training. It was something new this year that we put into the budget. We received positive input from the people that attended this training that it was very beneficial because it allowed them to participate in this training as a school. And so we invited like the grade levels of each school to come in and participate in the de-escalation training together. So we plan on doing the same thing next year for our secondary teachers as well as our new teachers that are new to the system. So those are a lot of the behavior management courses that you'll see with over 825 participants in those courses. And then once again, the student services courses, we had over 225 people participate this summer. So as you can see, our teachers do not rest over the summer. Many of them take advantage of professional learning, and our folks upstairs are extremely busy with not only offering the Summer Boost program and summer school program, but also putting together the professional learning and offering it during the summer. The next couple of slides, I just want to share briefly some of the trainings that were offered. I'm not going to go into them in depthly, but I wanted to make sure that the public and you are aware of some of the trainings. So if you want to go back to the PowerPoint, you'll see some of the trainings that we did offer. So the first area that I've highlighted are professional trainings that were offered to all of our teachers. And so you'll see that for our pre-K teachers, we do have a conscious discipline that we offer during the summer, and many of our teachers take advantage of it. We have co-teaching strategies for our pre-K, and we have letters training. And this year with our letters training, we focused in on our 3rd grade teachers. In the last 2 summers, we have trained our 1st grade teachers and our 2nd grade, and so this year we focused in on our 3rd grade teachers. But if you are a new 1st or 2nd grade teacher that had not taken our letters training, you also came to that as well. The second area that I focused in on for elementary were for our new teachers. So anyone new or within their first 3 years to Charles County Public Schools had the opportunity to take advantage of these trainings. And you'll see at the first one, we did start for the first time a new teacher academy to focus in on the help and support for our new teachers that are out there. And we'll be bringing them together monthly to make sure that they're getting an opportunity not only to work together as a cohort, but to get the updates on the curriculums that they're going to need. So this will be a partnership between our professional learning office as well as our curriculum office to make sure that we give the teachers what they need to be successful this year. Whoops. And we did the same thing for secondary. So we focused in on the different curriculum trainings that we had to offer for all of our teachers that are out there, as well as breaking out and highlighting some new specific trainings that we felt were needed for our new hires and for our teachers that are in their first 3 years of being a Charles County teacher. The next thing was just a list of trainings that we offer from our student services. We want to make sure that we give folks the ability to be able to work with our students in a social emotionally and are trained to do so. The next one, I just want to give an example of, many people with our CTE don't understand that in order to be qualified to give a course within CTE and to be able to give the certification that students need in order to get qualified in each one of those particular area, our teachers have to be trained every summer. So if you look at the amount of training that our CTE teachers have to go through, it is pretty impressive. And And I sometimes think that people don't give them the credit that they need, or they do deserve, in order to be able to teach those classes, in order to offer our students a certification that they are able to obtain at the end of the year and get a great job when they leave us. One of the areas that I wanted to highlight as well is that, you know, for our teachers that are in some of our schools that have been identified by the state, we are giving them extra coaching this year, some of those new teachers in those schools. And we'll be looking at that and happy to show you, or invite any of you to go out there and see what the coaching looks like. Early childhood. I came earlier and spoke about early childhood. There was some questions about our enrollment, where we were and what we're doing to help our families get enrolled. I want to say we are way ahead of where we were last year at this time. We have all the queues for our Tier 1 cleared out at this point. We are now beginning and have offered some of our Tier 2 families an opportunity to enroll. And so, you know, the efforts that people undertook this summer to make sure that our families were enrolled and knew about enrolling early and getting our schools in was very fruitful for getting our families in. And so I just wanted to highlight some of the areas in the work that our offices have done and let you know where we are right now with enrollment. So we have 1,100 seats total available. That 1,100 seats includes both 844 general education seats and then the 256 special education seats that are in our inclusion classrooms. And out of those seats, we have right now 575 Tier 1 students enrolled. And I just want to remind folks that we have to enroll every Tier 1 student that is applied and wants to be in our programs. And any family that has not yet applied and does apply that qualifies for Tier 1, we will have a seat for them and we will make sure that they have a place to go. It might not be their home school at this point because some of our schools are full, but it will be a school that is most near to their home school. And we work very closely with transportation, and I want to thank Mr. Hine, because he and his folks at transportation do a great job of helping our families get transportation to a school, even if it's not their home school. Tier 2 right now, we have 38 Tier 2 students enrolled. We have 79 offers that have gone out to families either yesterday or today, and we'll wait to hear whether they accept or not. And then we still have 144 Tier 2 on the wait list. Tier 3, we do right now have 4 students in Tier 3 that are enrolled. I just want to let folks know that those students are students with IEPs that receive speech-language services. And a student that has an IEP with speech-language services is considered a student within the general education, but they are also guaranteed a seat within our program. So it's kind of a unique situation where they're Tier 3, but they're really treated as a Tier 1. We are going to maybe offer a few Tier 3 positions available in some of our areas that are considered early pre-K deserts. So when you look at Mount Hope and you look at Higdon, those are areas that do not have many private pre-Ks available for our families, and they do have some openings. And just like last year, we were able to offer some Tier 3 families in those 2 areas a seat. So we will, hopefully by the end of this week, be able to offer some Tier 3 in those 2 schools. And those were the only 2 schools, I believe, that we offered last year, and probably will be the only 2 schools we're able to offer this year as well. So the inclusion, I just want to let folks know that 26 open seats. We have to make sure that our students that receive special education services have a spot within our inclusion classroom. So we will keep some of those seats open because students that are in our infants and toddlers program, which covers birth to age 2, when they turn age 3, and some of them will turn age 3 during the school year, they have the option to go to a pre-K program. So those seats do get filled up during the school year. And I think that folks don't often understand that we do serve students from birth to age 21, and we need to make sure that they're getting those services. I just wanted to highlight some of the things that our folks upstairs have done in both in our student services and our early childhood, in our Title I, in our Judy Center, in our community schools. They've all done a great job of going out and working with families and helping them fill out the applications this year and supporting them through the applications for pre-K. And as a result of that, I think that's one of the reasons why we were able to start the school year with the overwhelming majority of our Tier 1 students in our pre-K program. Unlike last year where we had some in the queue and we weren't able to get them off the queue before the school year started. So I just want to thank them for all the work that they've done. I've just highlighted some of the work that where they've gone out. They've worked with our libraries, they worked at community events, and they not only gave out flyers, but they were there to help and support our families through the process. The last is just a quick plug to let the board know and to let our families know that we will be having PSAT testing for our 10th graders this year, all 10th graders. School system has paid for it. Unlike in the past, it is a computer-based test this year. And as a result, in the past, families took it on one day. And so we had a testing day in our schools. But because it is virtual now and it's done on a computer, the school board, not the school board, but the PSAT College Board is opening windows. And so they open windows for schools to offer it through the whole month of October. And you'll have week 1 of October, schools will be able to offer it for a group of students. Week 2, the school will be offering it for groups of students week 3. And the reason why they're doing that is they know that many schools aren't able to have that much bandwidth to offer it to every 10th grader or every student in the school building at one time. And so they're offering an opportunity to break up the amount of students during the school day that take that test, so they'll have the bandwidth to do so. So schools will be sending home to parents of 10th graders when their students will be taking that test and what week they'll be taking it. So I just want to give folks a heads up on that. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Jones, who's going to talk about all the great work that's being done in our schools.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Lowndes. And so while Mr. Lowndes' group was working a whole lot with getting our teachers ready, our office was frantically working with our principals and administrators, getting them ready for school as well. And so we did kick off the year with our annual Leadership Institute, and keep clicking here, okay, not so fast. And at that time, we charged our principals with starting the school year perhaps a little bit differently than they always have. Certainly, you know, teaching and learning is the reason why we are here, but we do recognize that we need to prime our students, so to speak, prime our folks for getting ready to learn. And so we thought it would be really important for staff, even before students came, that first week for staff, that we get people in a good place, that we do some of that relationship building, we do some of the team building, and we just look at doing some things differently as it relates to opening schools. And so we charged our principals with that. And so as we go through, you'll see some of the unique things that they did a little bit just to get our students ready. And then we'll talk a little bit more about how they began to kind of dig in a little bit thereafter. Some of the things that we saw in the beginning, we took some great snapshots. Over at the Gwynn Center, they had some special people join them that day with Mr. Wonderling there. I think you see Ms. Elmore Lee. And the Wade Wildcats are down at the bottom of that one there. But things that principals did, the back-to-school block parties, the back-to-school bash, they participated in that as well. You heard about that a little bit earlier. Of course, the meet and greets and the orientation for the new students, the new scholar academies. These things were done a little bit differently than they had been done in the past, and we encouraged our schools to spend some significant time getting our students really ready and in a good place before we jump right in. And so some schools went all out, and I don't know how well you can see that top picture there, but at T.C. Martin, they were all in with the hero theme there. Yes, and so go on Twitter, you see Ms. Hosendorf, she's at her front door, giving it up with the Wonder Woman or Incredible suit or whatever it was there. Miss Incredible, yes, I did with something like that. But students and teachers, they their theme was they have the natural power They have natural power on their own to experience, for their own educational experience. And so they're doing things like book study with their staff, again, getting their staffs ready. John Maxwell's 21 Indispensable Qualities of a Leader is the book that they are studying there. Students are encouraged to step into their superpowers there. Couple of things they're doing. They're also, after each chapter, and we're not going to highlight all the schools, but just a few of them, but after each chapter in their book study, teachers are asked to do a reflection and an application on how they're going to use their leadership techniques to improve their teaching effectiveness. So they have some good plans for what they're doing with the book study there. Over at J.P. Ryan, a couple of things that jumped out at us here. The staff rise to the challenge. So their theme is Rise Up this year, because Cardinals, their mascot is the Cardinals, so they're going to take flight this year and take flight under their new leader there, Mr. Nick Adams is the principal over at J.P. Ryan. And so when they were welcoming families and students back, they did things like having families connect with their student community partners. Students received new school supplies. They had an opportunity to just go through and pick out the things. You see that in the picture, the top left, free of charge to the students. Families were treated to Kona Ice. It was a nice warm day, so that was a nice treat for them. And then take a picture with the principal. It seems as that was kind of an impromptu kind of thing. It wasn't really the plan. You know, some of the kids saw the new principal, I want to take a picture, and then it became a thing. So I think 500 kids later, he's posing the same pose, all day there. So, but good stuff. Lots of positive energy there. And let's see. Parents were just as happy to meet the leadership there at J.P. Ryan as well. Over at Dr. Brown, under Karen Lewis's leadership, they're the only elementary school with the Cheer Squad mentor program. And I guess we can guess who the head cheerleader is here. Biggest smile there. But they welcomed families to their meet and greet in a pretty cheerful manner there. They also did a lot with the whole red carpet theme there. They just really welcomed people back in a festive kind of way. Matthew Henson. So the middle schools now, and I don't think we have too many middle schools named, but began to do more things to get their students ready academically here. The staff first week back, they focused on instruction and different strategies to use with student learning. They did some think, pair, share activities there. They also did some unique kinds of things with roller coasters and wedding, beach memories. These were things that they, I guess they're team building kind of things as they came back. Again, getting people in the right mindset for doing some great work. Teachers participated in gallery walks to learn more about their colleagues. And they also had, as well, pretty special visitors. Hard to kind of see in that picture, but the one to the right there is Dr. Navarro and Dr. Johnson, who is one of the state board members, Dr. Irma Johnson. She was down on that day, so she had an opportunity to see firsthand, just kind of feel firsthand the whole excited kind of feeling in the air over at Matthew Henson. At Henry E. Lackey High School, they had an NFL draft to open the school year. So yes, NFL, not National Football League, but nurturing fabulous learners under their new leader there, Ms. Cheryl Davis. And so their Teacher Week workshop sessions were centered around offense, defense, and special teams. Their offensive workshops were professional expectations, engaging lesson planning and instruction, positive classroom routines. Their defensive workshops centered around grading, interventions, referrals, and effective communication. And the special teams workshops centered around IEP and 504 implementation, PBIS, planning for substitutes, those kinds of things. And then, of course, they needed their playbook, which is where they reviewed things like taking leave, finances, school emergency plans. And so they just sort of tied it all into the game kind of feeling there. The new staff were introduced using their walk-up songs, and they had different pictures, and their new player stats were all posted as far as the content that they were going to be teaching, their experience at hometown. And then finally they were treated to a tailgate-themed event there, just like you would see at a football game, minus the adult libations and all. But they did have a tailgate themed event to kind of, kick it all off there. And then, of course, the staff picture with their new jerseys on there. Over at Maurice J. McDonough High School, they had a ramtastic opening as well, as they like to say. At McDonough, they had the art teacher modeling some art projects, showing expectations. She used an art project to just sort of demonstrate the expectations that they would have for the year and how their success criteria would play out. They also had some information sheets that were shared along with their different preferences and hobbies and their favorite parts of school. So they were getting that information from some of the kids, again, not right into instruction just yet, but getting to know you kinds of things going on with the students. That wraps up our pictures, but there are just a couple of other things that we have been working on, again, to prepare everyone for what's to come this year. Out of our office, under Sylvia Royster's leadership and a team of folks that she's been working with, you will hear quite a bit more about this in a little while, but they will be discussing some of the education equity policy updates. And just a couple of the highlights I sort of stole from her presentation. I hope she doesn't mind. The goal would be to eliminate the achievement and opportunity gaps, improve school culture and climate, identify and eliminate system barriers, ensuring that no obstacles to accessing educational opportunities are existing. Social emotional well-being supports will be in place per the updates to this particular policy, and a commitment to cultural responsiveness. So just a few of the highlights that you will hear much more about in a little bit here. Leadership development, as far as what we were doing with our principals and administrators, again, back to the Leadership Institute. And then the principal coaching, we are working a lot with principal coaching, and with our new executive director on our team, we're able to divvy up the supervision over our schools on a smaller ratio so we can do more of that kind of professional development for our principals, coaching them. And then we will continue with our professional learning teams, the PLTs, that we had instituted a couple years ago through our work with targeted leadership. That work will continue this year. And then you've heard about this position, the youth engagement advocate position that is at the high school level. We've talked a little bit about it, so no need to rehash all of what they do, but we did think it might be important for the public to hear just a little bit about some of the training that they have undergone as a part of the ongoing process. So the CPR, AED, first aid and Narcan training, the emergency management, de-escalation, CPI, basic investigations, working with administrators, threat and risk assessment trainings, Title IX trainings, school camera operation, and you do see et cetera there because there are several other trainings. Additionally, they received another 80 hours worth of training from the Maryland Center for Safety and School Safety and Security. School safety and security. So they received lots of training, and so we just thought that would be important for people to know that these folks are working with our administrators and with our students, but they have been trained in lots of different areas because we expect a lot from them, beginning with the relationships that they will be building with our students. But we need them to be prepared to assist administrators in the manner that we're looking for. And so this training was absolutely necessary. Also, we've talked in the past about wanting to ensure that each of our schools had their PTOs or PTSOs up and running. And last time we checked, we were running around 74%. And so we are just around 80% now. So we're moving in the right direction as far as schools having a full operating and functioning PTO or PTSO. There's have been a toolkit. So for those who are struggling a little bit to bring people on board, there is a toolkit that, again, has been developed out of our office, out of Sylvia Royce's office, the Equity and Engagement Equity Office. And so schools have been able to take advantage and use the resources in a toolkit to help build their PTOs. Community partners, we are increasing our community partners daily. We just wanted to shout out one. You will see if you look at if it's not posted yet, it will be posted soon under our strategic plan. You'll see in the metrics section, you'll see some of the community partners that we've brought on. But shouting out the most recent one, the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Nu Zeta Omega chapter. Ivy and Pearls of Southern Maryland Community Charities group has just been approved to work with students at any grade level. So that's one we just wanted to just showcase because that work and that we're very receptive to folks who wanted to apply to be partners with us. And all things going in the right direction, we would gladly sign folks up. And so just a few more pics here that demonstrate our why and, of course, as the board, your why. And I'm going to turn it over now for a riveting presentation from Mr. Mike Hines.
Hopefully brief.
Yes.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm fortunate every day to work alongside a great group of people who quietly, I always say this, work behind the scenes, but they truly do quietly go about on a day-to-day basis to keep our school system running. So it's going to be highlighting some of the things that they do and all the work they do during the summertime to prepare our buildings for the opening of schools. Our operations staff, led by April Murphy, who's our supervisor of operations, her and her staff go around to each of our schools, but not only our schools, including all of our office buildings, so Annex 1, Annex 2, Starkey. Every building gets a thorough look at to make sure that it is clean and safe and ready for the opening of schools. And the work for the building service workers leading up to those inspections has become a little bit more difficult over the last several years. If you think back, we talk about the good old days when, for the most part, our buildings were mostly vacant during the summertime. So building service had pretty much the entire building, with the exception of a few administrators and maybe with the high schools, some athletic teams doing some off-season conditioning, to go about and to thoroughly go through a building, move all the desks and chairs and all those things out of the classrooms uninterrupted. That's become a little bit more difficult, which is not good for them, but good for the school system and our students over the last several years as we've increased the number of summer programs that we offer to our students and to our community. So that work is, and those programs have made it a little bit more difficult. But again, regardless of all the things that are going on in the summertime, they continue to work hard to make sure that our buildings are prepared for the return of teachers first and then the return of students. Another thing that happens during the summertime, because even with the increased number of summer programs, we're still not using the same amount of water in our buildings that we use during the course of the school year. So we do every school is flushed before students and staff return to school to make sure that we don't have the buildup of sediment. But also when you have water that sits in water lines for periods of time, it can lead to potential bacterial issues such as things with Legionnaire's disease. So every school building is flushed before students and staff return. Gonna not talk too much about this, but we are promoting the revised recycling program to increase participation in recycling throughout our school system. And we're actually gonna have a presentation to follow this presentation. But again, we wanna make sure that we're doing all we can to promote this reinvigoration of our recycling program. Transportation staff members during the course of the summer revise hundreds of routes in preparation for students returning back to school. And the same thing, that has become a little bit more complicated over the last few summers, because in the past they had all summer just to focus on routes for August through June, our school year routes. But with the increased number of summer programs, at the beginning of the summer they spend most of their time on actually preparing and devising routes for the summer program, since we are transporting those kids to programs in the summer, whereas in the past we have not. So I think all the efforts of the folks in transportation, it is truly a year-round job, and I will continue to say this. Folks, when you say you're in education, like, oh, well, during the summertime you have summers off. Well, the folks I work with on a daily basis don't have summers off, and the reality is their summers are probably more busy than once we actually get into the start of the school year. Also, the Transportation Office implemented a new app, the Where's the Bus app, for parents to see real-time bus information for the arrival of the bus to the bus stop to the school, and also bus dismissal and arrival back to the stop in the afternoon. I will be, transparent with it. We are with a new app and working through that software. We do have encountered some roadblocks. We've had some issues with ensuring that the GPS in all the buses is active. Some of our new buses, we're still getting those GPS systems installed on those buses. Another issue we've encountered in working with when there's a substitute bus. So if a bus has a mechanical failure or another reason why the bus isn't on the road that day, and getting that information into the system. So instead of following bus 25, parents would be following bus 530 if that's a substitute bus. So we have over 6,700 parents who are registered and using the bus app. We want to get those numbers up. So I appreciate Mr. Tompkins, our Director of Transportation, and working with that vendor to work out some of the kinks in that program. And we'll continue to update the public on the progress of that app. Also, parents can now view bus information in Parent View, Student View, whereas in the past, you were solely relying upon the school locator. So you'd go to the school transportation page, you would enter in your street number and your street address, and it would give you the bus stop information and those times. So now parents have multiple ways in which they can access bus information. So we're excited to another area where we are now providing bus information. One of the things that we get very excited about this time of the year is whether it be a kindergarten addition, a major renovation, or a new school that is ready to open, to get to come in here and talk and brag about the projects we have going on in our Office of Planning and Construction, led by Steve Andritz, who's our Director of Planning and Construction, who I believe is sitting back there behind me. So he and his staff work throughout the year, because these projects just aren't occurring during the summertime. They are year-round projects. So one project that we're particularly excited about is the opening of the Malcolm Kindergarten Edition. It was a $5.1 million project, and for us it was exciting because it was a different funding source. Typically our new school construction or additions or renovations is CIP funded. Several years back, because of the Maryland Blueprint, one of the other facets of that is the Built to Learn, which is a separate pot of money for schools to use for school construction. So for Charles County, we got roughly $27 million in Built to Learn money. So one of the projects we're using some of that money from the state is the kindergarten addition here at Malcolm. So it was a $5.1 million project. I showed the exterior project, and it was early in the day, so the lighting is not the best, so I apologize for that. But one of the challenges when you add an addition to the building, this building originally opened in 1955, and it did have a renovation in 1984, but on the far left-hand side of that picture, you actually see the kindergarten addition. So one of the challenges the architect and the general contractor faces is being able to try to match brick that's obviously manufactured today with brick that was manufactured over 60 years ago. So excited about that. I know that the students and staff are excited about that. Again, just another exterior picture. It added 7,100 square feet to that building. And now more exciting are the pictures inside. So when you talk about learning centers inside of a kindergarten or pre-K classroom, nothing is more evident than this picture. You see the carpeted area where they do their crisscross applesauce activities. So that's one of the things that schools get upset is we don't put carpet throughout schools now because it's a maintenance nightmare, to be honest with you. But we do in these K and elementary areas, we do try to provide a little bit of carpeting in there, and it's actually in front of the technology in that classroom, the panel in that classroom. But you can see other areas that's set up for instruction throughout that classroom. So, when we talk about the architects who spend lots of time designing these classrooms, the classroom teachers spend, I think, just as much time in designing and setting up their classrooms. So, always like to show off the finished product with these classrooms. This is a collaborative area outside of the classroom area, which works well for the teachers for doing smaller pull-out activities, particularly since the K and pre-K classrooms have instructional assistants, so they can do some small group setting stuff outside of the classroom in those collaborative areas. We also renovated at Malcolm 1,400 square feet of another classroom, so we added 4 classrooms to that building. Also, I've talked in the past, that was Built to Learn money, but anytime we're doing an addition or some projects, we also see if there are other opportunities we can do to make some improvements at that school. So it was started by, at the time, our supervisor of maintenance, Steve Ants, and then finished with our new supervisor of maintenance, Tom Gregan. But we did some other projects while this project was going on. With the K addition, with new codes, we had to have a section of the building that was under sprinkler for fire protection. The existing building was not under fire protection, so it would have been foolish for us to put, with this addition, to have that fire protected with the sprinkler system and not then go back and retrofit the rest of the building. So using maintenance money, we were able to go back and actually put a sprinkling system throughout that building. If you go to the back part of that building for the playground area, you'll see a standalone building out there. Well, that standalone building houses a 40,000 gallon tank because that area is on a well. It's not on public water, so there are no fire hydrants in that area. So in order to have the sprinkler system, we had to have a fire tank. So again, a 40,000 gallon tank. So it's quite a monumental piece of equipment that's inside that outbuilding. And then with doing the sprinkler system, we also replaced all the ceiling tiles in the existing part of the building, which most cases probably would have dated back to 1984 with the previous renovation that took place in that building. And we also added a new fire alarm system through the building. So again, we're always excited when we can do some additional things beyond what is funded through either the CIP or through the Build to Learn. Our next project, Kindergarten Edition, is J.P. Ryan. And again, just an exterior picture. Ryan opened in 1969. We did a renovation in there. It was completed in 2001. But even at that, it's still a challenge for the architect and for the general contractor to match that brick. So just an exterior picture showing that addition with the existing part of the building. We added to Ryan over 9,000 square feet. It was a $3.4 million project. And again, not funded through the CIP, but funded through the Build to Learn. And we also added or renovated 1,400 square feet in that building, and it added 4 K classrooms and 1 pre-K classroom for a total of 9,000 additional square feet. As I mentioned, we did some additional work, not coming from the Build to Learn funding, but through maintenance funding. We added an upgraded PA system there and also replaced the fire system at J.P. Ryan. Again, shows the hallway there. So a little bit different design than JP or Malcolm's, where you had the collaborative area in the hallway. With JP Ryan, they actually have a collaborative area, which is off to the right there. You see the sign there for the classroom, but it also has a collaborative area, but just done in a different manner. And again, just want to show off some interior pictures. Again, you see the areas where you have different learning centers set up within those classrooms. So again, it's fantastic what the teachers do is setting up these classrooms. You provide the furniture, but then they create this this positive learning environment. And
There's a fire hydrant.
well, I wasn't going to get into that, Dr. Navarro, but one of the now that you opened up that Pandora's box, one of the challenges with adding the addition onto J.P. Ryan was it was designed in an area where there was an existing fire hydrant. So actually, it can be a lengthy process to get a current fire hydrant moved because it involves the county and permitting and all those types of things. So the structure was actually built around this fire hydrant, and I will admit it's not the first time this happened. It happened back with the Jennifer Edition, which opened I think in the summer 2016 or 17. But that fire hydrant was not ultimately removed until August. So the floor was actually around it. The classroom structure was around it. They had to go back once they were able to cap and remove that, remove and relocate it in another location, that fire hydrant. They had to go back then and pour the concrete over that existing area where the fire hydrant was, and then finish up the floor with finishing up those areas of tile. So thanks for that reminder, Dr. Navarro. we do have pictures of it, but it didn't make the cut for the presentation. Right. Another project that we're excited about, and this project, unlike the 2K editions, which are now finished, with the exception of punch list items being completed, McDonough, this is an ongoing project, so this will continue through this school year and through next summer with the completion date of the end of next summer. But what we have done at McDonough, we've added about 12,000 new square feet to the building. And we're also, through this next year, we're going to be renovating a total of 35,000 square feet out of that building, which is 174,000 square feet that opened in 1977. You'll see the dance studio there on the left-hand side. So one of the things is, with adding this addition to the building, is we're increasing the number of areas for their fine arts program, and we'll be actually adding some programs there which will be available to students around the county. They already have the dance program. We now have a second dance studio in that building, and they'll be adding some additional performing arts programs, and there'll be an application process just like they currently have for the dance program and the CASE program that is currently located at McDonough. You see the performing arts hallway there on the picture on the right-hand side. We see the band room, so a larger band area. It has, if you look on the left corner there, it has areas of storage for the instruments as they get settled in there. Lots of natural lighting. The previous band room did not have natural lighting, so again, anytime we're excited when we do additions or do renovations to be able to add natural lighting into those classrooms to make them a more positive. And just like I mentioned with the 2K additions at Malcolm and JP Ryan, this was also funded through the Built to Learn, so $17.8 million for this project at McDonough. Another area, a keyboarding lab on the left-hand side. And I did want to, because we did have some hiccups, some roadblocks with the construction that was occurring this summer, I did want to show the picture on the right, and that will remain that way during the course of most of this school year. You can see that the flooring had been removed because in the right there where you see the drywall, there's actually going to be an elevator. They've actually began the process for that elevator. They've cut a hole on the first floor for that elevator, which will now tie from the basement from the first floor to the second floor. But because there's a hole, a large hole by about 20 by 20, we had to secure that area. So we have drywall there, and that work was going on, as most folks are aware, especially those folks in the McDonough community. That work was ongoing through the weekend up till Sunday, leading up to the opening of school. So fortunately, we have a great partnership with the county. They work very closely on this project. They understand that projects can have a tendency to, unforeseen circumstances will occur to run behind schedule. So we were in collaboration working with the county and also the state fire marshal's office Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as we continued to make sure that we did not have any issues that would prevent it or provided a safety issue for students and staff there to make sure that we had adequate egress in and out of that building in the event of a drill, but more importantly, in the event that we actually had to evacuate the building because of an actual emergency in the building. So we are very thankful for the county and the fire marshal in working with us over the weekend when they didn't have to make sure that we could open that building on time in a safe manner. A couple more projects I want to just talk about quickly because they are ongoing, but they are the large projects, and I don't want to make sure that the public is reminded about these projects. T.C. Martin, as we're all aware, this is the second year that T.C. Martin students and staff have been occupying the transition school, that campus between Jan Hansen Middle School and J.P. Ryan Elementary School. So just a couple brief pictures. You can see on the left-hand side, that was the K addition that was added a number of years ago. So there's minimal work that's being done with that K addition, but you can see on the right-hand side the extensive amount of work that is happening with that school. So if you go back several months ago before they started actually putting the walls back up, you could see from one end of the building through that building. So when we talk about a renovation with T.C. Martin, or as we had done with Mudd Elementary School and Eva Turner, they are quite extensive, where it's pretty much going down to the bare bones of those buildings, basically down to the steel structure and some of the concrete slab. And just to, again, to show an interior picture again of how extensive those renovations are, this is in the area that will become the main office area of T.C. Martin. So it is going down to the bare bones when we do an extensive renovation at a building. And again, that's a $40.5 million project. That is CIP funded, so it's a combination of state and local funding. The current formula up until this school year was 65% funding from the state, 35% local funding, and that's on construction of the school, so that does not include the technology and furniture. That's a separate locally funded. The FF&E is locally funded. But again, that's a large project. We're excited to have that occurring, and we're going to be increasing the state-rated capacity there from 450 students to 650 students. Another great thing about this project was, again, this is a school that's in considered a rural area of the county. We did not have natural gas connection there, so the boilers were heated and operated through using heating fuel. So one of the things we're going to be doing to make this building greener is we're going to be converting this school over to a geothermal. So we will no longer have the heating fuels to heat and cool that building. So we're excited about that. And our last project I want to talk about extensively is Elementary 23. We broke ground on that building back in the spring. Remember, we had the groundbreaking ceremony. So this is just a project update to see what's happening there. This school is scheduled to open in school year 25-26. It's actually located just about a mile and a half from us up the road. It's located in the Highlands neighborhood as part of the Wooded Glen, St. Charles. and we'll have a state-rated capacity there of 778 students. And the second picture, it actually shows, again, sorry about the lighting there, but you see the drill, well drillers that are in the background there. This school will also be a geothermal school. And it's a $45.4 million project, and again, funded through our CIP. And then lastly, I just want to quickly highlight some other projects that our maintenance staff or our planning construction staff were involved with that were not CIP funded. As we are aware, Mr. Lowndes talked about the Early Learning Center at La Plata. That's work that we had worked on over the spring and the summer. So we spent about $550,000 to convert that from a daycare center, which was operated formerly by CSM, to now being a center for pre-K students, for our students. We also have ongoing the Westlake High School roof replacement. That's a building that opened in the mid-90s. We're at the point where the roof needed to be replaced. So that's a 2-year project, and that's a CIP-funded project. Excited about Pickawaxen Middle School. That's a locally funded, so that's all locally funded. That's a thing that we went to the county, and we were concerned about some open space schools that were still in operation in our county. 3 of them we identified: Pickawaxen, Indian Head, and Craig Elementary School. We began work on Pickawaxen this summer, and we enclosed almost fully 8 classroom areas that were previously totally open space. That's a $13 million project, but again, very fortunate, thankful for the county for providing this one-time funding for us. And this will go on for the next 2 summers at Pickawaxen until we finally enclose that school, and also we will replace the roof of that building. Ahead of Indian Head, which we hope will start the open space enclosure for Indian Head this summer and work on that the next 2 summers, we also did a boiler replacement at Indian Head Elementary School. Talking about ESSER funding, not only have we used that money for providing additional opportunities in after school and summertime for catch-up opportunities for instructional programs, because of the concerns with COVID and some of the aging HVAC systems in schools around the county. We are finishing up the project at La Plata High School, a $16 million project to replace their HVAC system. And then also we began this summer the project, again, ESSER funding at La Plata or the McDonough High School to upgrade and replace most of their existing HVAC system, which is a $12 million project. And then lastly, another HVAC project that's still ongoing is at Matthew Henson Middle School, and that's Healthy Schools Facility funding. That's state funding, $770,000. One of the unfortunate things with the Healthy Schools Facility funding is that is going to be going away in the next couple of years, so we will no longer be able to get additional funding to that. It'll be just tied into the CIP. So, questions of myself and Mr. Lowndes and Dr. Jones?
Just want to say thank you. That was more than an overview, but and I know you could have gone a lot deeper in a lot of areas, but it was a good way to start the school year. So I'm sure there's questions from folks. Ms. Kramer?
Thank you. I actually don't have a lot of questions, but just wanted to say a couple of comments. So first of all, thank you. Yes, I agree with Chairman Lucas. Like, what an extensive overview, and I feel like not only for the board members to hear all of, we know that there's a lot of work going on in the summer, right? But I think it's really important for the public to know kind of what goes on behind the scenes a little bit, to understand that it's not just what they see, in the school buildings when school is open. So I really feel like this was very helpful, I know, for me personally as a parent and as a board member as well. So just really appreciate you all giving this really comprehensive presentation. I know I had asked questions to Mr. Lowndes about professional development at, I think, one of our last meetings. So just appreciate you coming back and following up with those answers about how many staff and teachers did attend training and what courses were offered and all of that detail. So really appreciate you following up with that. I also wanted to say, when we talked about some of the programs that were offered, one of the middle school programs that I really appreciated was at Mattawoman. They offer a 6th grade boot camp. I know that wasn't mentioned in your presentation, but I'm sure you know about it. And Principal Blue started that years ago, and I felt like like that's something that I wanted to, you know, highlight as well, that's just another example. I know my son attended it, and it was very helpful for the sixth graders to kind of get more comfortable, you know, with the building when the seventh and eighth graders aren't there. And it kind of helped with that anxiety on the first day of school, because as we know, that transition from elementary to middle is just, it's huge, you know? And just the fact that he could practice his locker and get that down was like one less thing, you know, he had to worry about. So just wanted to highlight that. I know some other middle schools do maybe something similar, but it's just really helpful, you know, to have those opportunities for students and also for families to come into the building to kind of get familiar, particularly during those transition times, so from elementary to middle or middle to high school. So really do appreciate all the hard work, especially, you know, your team too, Mr. Heim, with I know that's probably like not the most glamorous work, right? But it's so important to highlight everything that goes into keeping these buildings running. And it's, you know, not only is it loads of money that we have to spend on keeping the schools safe and maintained and clean, you know, for our students and our staff, but that there's a lot of work that's involved, a lot of preparation, and a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that the public may not be aware of. So just really appreciate it. I think this was a great presentation and very helpful and valuable for everyone. So thank you all again.
Glamour is in the eye of the beholder, right, Mr. Heim? Mr. Andrews.
The amount of pride that they take in their work, regardless of, you know, what the specific project they're working on, it's, you know, it's the same level of pride that a teacher does with seeing the test scores of students. So
I will 100% echo that from, yeah, and no, just everyone that you know works in the schools, and not just to maintain it on a daily basis, but when they're constructing something, it's absolutely true. Any other comments, questions from anybody? Okay, Ms. Smith and then Ms. Morley.
And I'll be brief. One, thank you so much for the presentation. Chock full of really great information from all three of you in terms of your respective divisions. A few things I wanted to note. Definitely appreciated hearing more about the new teacher academy. I think not just Charles County, but across the state, across the nation, a multitude of school systems are being faced by having new educators, people who are not only new to education, but also new to the systems they're looking to serve. So love to hear that Charles County has a new teacher academy. There's mentoring, there's coaching, ensuring that the professional development isn't one time, but that it's also embedded. So I was curious, my question is, how are we ensuring kind of fidelity of implementation? Do the principals also have to be a part of the trainings, the principals, assistant principals? Like, how are we ensuring that throughout the year there's fidelity of implementation as they go through?
So the instructional specialists actually go out and work with the schools throughout the year. They provide professional development. They work with the instructional leaders within the building to make sure that everyone still has a sound understanding of where they should be in the curriculum and how the curriculum is taught. And I'll give you an example. Kim Hudler last year, I think, went out 45 different times to model what should be done at a certain time for instruction in the reading curriculum in the elementary level. And actually went into classrooms and modeled for elementary school teachers of what that lesson should look like. And all of the instructional specialists do the same thing. So I think that's one way that we know where our teachers are. And the other way that we are going to know for pacing this year is that last year we implemented for the first time a common assessments. And then this year we're actually taking the common assessment and we've made it part of the report card. So we'll have a better understanding of how our students are doing on that common assessments. Last year it was part of one of the areas of assessments within the report card, but it wasn't specifically called out. And so we didn't have a good indication as to where students were at any given time. And by putting it specifically in one particular area that we have designated on the in Synergy and on the report card, we'll know how students are doing at any time and then be able to provide more targeted professional learning and support in schools where we see our students are behind within the common assessments.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Lowndes.
Can you also address how we're talking about our leaders learning? So for example, the superintendent is taking the letters training this year because it is pivotally important. I have not been trained in letters, and it is a huge training that we're doing, you heard, for third grade teachers this year. I'm joining the cohort of third grade teachers to understand exactly the way we are approaching early literacy. So can you also address, Dr. Jones and Mr. Lowndes, how we're also bringing in the leadership so they understand when they are walking into classrooms, giving feedback and support to teachers on a day-to-day basis, how do they know what we're emphasizing?
Well, I'll begin from a systematic overview, and then I'll let Dr. Jones get it down to the specific level of visiting the schools with principals. But so this year with our professional learning team training that's going on, we are focusing in on the standards, state standards, and making sure that everyone in the system knows where our students need to be at any particular grade level or any content area team. And so we will be training all of our leadership teams and professional learning teams that they're bringing together on what the writing standard is, so that we all have a common understanding of where our students should be in writing at any particular grade level or in any content area team. And then we will, after getting a broad overview where everyone has a common understanding, we'll be breaking up into, at the elementary level, into specific grade level teams, and at the high school and middle school level into content level teams. And then we'll be looking at the specific standards of where they should be in the content and get an understanding of what the student work should look like when you're talking about those standards. And then they will then be talking about what a student's writing should produce in order to be able to show that students are operating at that standard level. So we are providing those trainings actually starting this month for all of the administrators in the building and the teacher leaders within those buildings, plus classroom teachers that principals have chosen to be part of that professional learning team. Dr. Jones?
Yeah, one of the important pieces that Mr. Lowndes mentioned with that is that the administrators will be a part of that training, the principals and assistant principals, and just as they have been. But for us in our office, as we work with the principals and assistant principals, and we are then charged to go out and visit schools and walk the classrooms along with the principals in order to look for what we've been learning, look for those standards that are to be posted and to be taught, and to ensure that they are aligned. And so, our charge is to coach the principals on how to do that, what that looks like, and to be able to provide that kind of feedback to the teacher as it relates to what they're seeing there or not seeing. And so that's kind of bringing it all full circle. We're training the teachers on what it is that we're looking for. Then we're training the principals on how to look for it, how to recognize it, and then how to address it when you see it or don't see it, but to provide that kind of feedback. And so that's an ongoing process for all of us. We all, in my office, we all have schools that we are responsible for, and so principals we're going to be working with and doing that very specific kind of coaching with going into the buildings and walking classrooms.
Helpful. One other question for you, Dr. Jones. Definitely appreciated hearing more about the early learning push that our county has gone through, noting that, of course, some of it is part of the blueprint, but also some of it is a part of just who we want to be as a school system. So definitely appreciate hearing that we are further along this year than when we've been in past years. Also appreciated hearing about the PSAT offerings. I'm not sure who shared that. Love the fact that we're going to be paying for the 10th graders to take those tests. I don't believe we should have any barriers to students taking these types of tests, but appreciate that we're starting with 10th grade, and hopefully we'll eventually move on to like 9th and 11th graders as well. My question is just around the opening of the schools, so the new school orientation, or new student orientation. I heard Miss, am I blanking on your name? I'm going to call you Nicole. Ms. Kramer, that works too. Ms. Kramer sort of speaking about new student orientation, how much her son appreciated it. As an advocate for students and families who have children with disabilities, I would just offer that perhaps we also encourage that for those first days, sort of first entry into the building days, that we also consider students with IEPs and 504s as well, even if they are upperclassmen and they're not considered kind of freshmen or first year. They too struggle with the same things that some of our entering students will struggle with as they begin to transition back to school. So just some food for thought in future years if we can figure out a way to incorporate them as well.
And I know that there are a number of schools who do the new student orientations, and they, not all of them call them the boot camps, but they do something similar to that. And so, so there, they will have special educators who are there helping those kids along with the exact same kinds of concerns, you know, getting in the lockers, walking the building, learning their schedule and all of that. They do some of the same kind of routines with them, but certainly it's worth, you know, talking to our principals about to ensure that there are very intentional kind of efforts made in that area as well. So yeah, that's good feedback. We'll take that.
And Mr. Heim, I always enjoy hearing about our new buildings and all the things that we have going on. I think it's important for the public to realize that it's not just about salaries and buses, that there's a multitude of other things that we as a system have to pay for and invest in to ensure that our kids are properly educated in safe and secure environments. So appreciate your presentation as well.
Good afternoon. Thank you all so much. As always, I'm taking pages of notes. Very much appreciate the information, as well as the effort that goes into the presentations. And I fully respect the summer looks very different for you all, so thank you. I appreciate that. I believe this is for Mr. Lowndes. You mentioned about behavior management and de-escalation training. Can you tell us a little bit about what that entails? And one of the things that came to mind is, how will we know if it's working? What metrics do we have in place?
So metrics that we have in place is we can look at, referrals, and we can look at suspensions, because it really is trying to get folks to not take student behavior personal.
Okay.
That's usually where conflict comes into play between an adult and a student, is the student's behavior is eliciting some type of reaction, and it's really trying to get the adults to not feed into that reaction and that to give them alternatives when they're presented in certain scenarios. So they actually practice scenarios where the student might be acting out or might be misbehaving, and it gives them kind of some alternatives and ways that they can work with the student and, redirect or, not take, getting to understand your students and getting to understand that, students like to push buttons. And so let's not let them push our buttons, and let's find another way of dealing and working with those students so they're doing what we want them to do. And so we really, we should see, and knock on wood, I guess, we should see some type of positive movement on referrals and on suspensions. Now, once again, I want to say we this year we started with all the elementary teachers, and we started with the special education teachers, and then next year we're going to do secondary.
Is there any consideration, and if there isn't, perhaps there should be, to sharing this with the parents and continuing what's being taught in the schools, so they
I've
understand.
actually talked to Dr. Navarro on this because it's one of the things that we realize that we need to start doing is sharing some of the trainings that our teachers are getting, because I think there's a misunderstanding when we talk about de-escalation training and restraint and seclusion training, that we're training our teachers to act in a more of a proactive way, and we're really, we are trying to teach them in a proactive way, but in a good way, in the fact that we're not being aggressive with students, we're actually doing the exact opposite. And so, I need to talk to my folks about providing the opportunity for parents to come in and see the de-escalation training and what we are offering our teachers. Because I do think it will help parents at home that are also having maybe some power struggles with their sons and daughters at home as well.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And can you talk a little bit that, you mentioned that there were schools that are identified as needing extra assistance. What goes into the identification of a focus school, and what does that look like?
So the focus schools have been identified by the state, and it's been identified based on student performance, not only total student performance, but student performance within specific areas. And so you might have a school that's been identified as a focus school because of special education students. So there's students, when looking at all the other students and their special education students, are way underperforming when compared to everyone else in the building. So in that area, we'll look at what can we do to work with that school, and what kind of supports can we offer to help them target the way they're working with their special education students. I will say that the state has provided additional funding this year for focus schools, and schools will have to, and they are going to trainings with the state to do a root cause analysis and to identify and produce a plan both to the system, but also we have to submit the plans to the state to show that the schools are being intentional in how they're working with either the overall group if they've been identified for overall or for a particular group that they've been identified within the area for a focus school.
So how does it work then? Is it like I would imagine this is a long-term thing. Do they reevaluate them annually or?
Every 3 years they
Every 3
reevaluate.
years.
So you're a focus school for 3 years, and then after 3 years they reevaluate, and either you either stay, you can get out of being a focus school, or you can have to do more intensive support and help if actually they have not moved out of the focus school area.
Okay, so the state will guarantee the funding then for as long as, am I
Can't guarantee
overreaching?
that. I
or-
don't think so this is actually the first time that
They've
the state has actually
oh.
given us specific funding for this. In the past,
Okay.
the school systems have had to show how we have actually given more funding to these schools to help them in these particular areas without additional funding from the state. So, it was very welcoming to see that the state has actually given us additional money for these schools to provide. That's how we were able to provide some of the coaching to these schools
Yeah.
with that additional funding.
Oh, that's exciting. Thank you, sir. I believe this question is for Dr. Jones. You mentioned about the community partners. Always love to see that. Can you share for the benefit of the public what types of things do the community partners do? And if, someone wanted to partner with us, what would that look like?
Sure, and I won't steal Ms. Royce's thunder. She might touch on this when she comes up.
Okay.
But the community partners are, really, they can be anyone because there's an application process. So now it's a matter of, in many instances, it's a matter of an organization that reaches out to a school or reaches out to us to say that, hey, we'd like to partner with, or we'd like to, be mentors to some students in your school or what have you. And so now, as opposed to just saying, sure, go ahead and touch base with there's a process. So there's a link on our website that you would go to, and I think it's education and Sylvia helped me with it, Partners in Education program. So and you click the link and go through. Yeah, did I get it, Ms. Graham?
Yes.
All right. Yes, and go through the application process, and so it's a vetting of sorts. And after that, and in that process, they will explain, the potential partner will explain what it is that they would like to do, what kind of service that they would like to offer or volunteer to the particular school, and then it's vetted and through Sylvia's office, and then that particular organization is permitted to go and begin working with the schools. Certainly, we still encourage organizations to build relationships and touch base with their school principals and all if they would like to do something, and then the schools are encouraged to tell them the process to make it official, and then they're welcome to come in, whether it's reading to kids or, mentoring or whatever it might be. Open arms. We are, and that word is getting out now, and so we're building. Again, if you check out the metrics on the strategic plan now, you'll see a whole list of community partners that we have now, probably 17 or so that are district-wide now, and so
That's
so I think we're moving in the right direction with that. Yeah.
Glad to hear that. Thank you, Dr. Jones. And then my last couple of questions are for Mr. Heim. You talked about, I've heard a few things, issues around the Where's the Bus app. Can you get into the types of things that you're seeing and if there's a potential timeline for those to be resolved?
Sure. So one of the things, if we're having a problem with a bus, it could be as simple as a GPS connection. So it's actually having one of our staff members in transportation to go out to make sure all the wires are connected and we are actually getting it, that it's being read. One of the things I think that will probably be unavoidable is when buses get into the more remote areas, just like when you're traveling in your car and you lose your
signal.
reception with, if you have, XM or Sirius radio, or even with your cell phone. There's certain areas of the county where, reception with those types of technology aren't the best. I think so. Those are things I think longer term obstacles that will be more difficult to overcome. But one of the easier things is going out to make sure that the GPS is connected on that bus. And as I mentioned, some of our new buses that were purchased, whether it be school system owned buses or contractor owned buses, because they didn't arrive until August, and in some cases we still have some buses that are still arriving, so they're using spare buses, but with those new buses, it's actually getting the GPS systems installed on those buses. So that's another contributing issue that we have that's creating a lack of connectivity. And then lastly, as I mentioned, with substitutes, so whether it be mechanical reason or whatever the situation may be, I would say probably on any given day, because we have over 290 some buses on the road each day. We probably have somewhere between 10 to 15 spare buses that are on the road. So one of the issues is that you track the bus based upon the bus number. So it's getting that information not only from our buses that we operated, to our secretaries who are uploading that data, but also getting information from our contractors when they have a substitute bus, then receiving that information, but then also then making that change they have to do in the software. So now you're not following bus 25, you're following the substitute bus 530. So it's just a communication thing and on both of our ends, and just making that a quicker process. And sometimes it could be where the bus is actually in the middle of the route and it breaks down. So then the kids are transferring from a bus in the middle of the route. So again, making sure that once that happens, we're communicating that through our transportation office, but then making those changes in the software, so now parents are following the substitute bus instead of the assigned bus. So one of the things of frustration is when talking about the substitute buses, that the parent will get on there and be following and they see that the bus is still sitting in a lot, or it's sitting somewhere along the road because it has had a mechanical issue. So it's just with all parties involved, the vendor, the contractors, and ourselves, just fine-tuning that process of getting those notifications out, but also making sure that all the GPS information is active and being read on those buses that are equipped with it.
Okay, so these are, I want to say, obviously not relatively simple fixes, but they're problems with foreseeable solutions then. So
Right.
we don't anticipate this being an ongoing problem.
Correct. Yeah, Mr. Tompkins, our Director of Transportation, has had communications daily with the vendor, and we're doing our part because obviously the vendor has many of their systems throughout the country and in this geographic area. So we've actually been sending some of our own transportation staff out to make sure that all the wires are connected. So they've done some training with some of our staff so we can be doing some of those easier fixes on our own. So we're not having to rely on the contractor, and their schedule may not be as timely as what we want to have to resolve the issue.
Thank you, sir. And my last question. First, thank you for the shout out for crisscross applesauce. Mr. Hancock and I are still in that life with elementary school students, so that was exciting. But my ears perked up when you talked about the Build to Learn funding. Can you explain a little bit about that? I believe you said this is the first time it's been offered. And look, how can we use this money? I said, how can we use this money? What are other,
Sure.
sources? Yes.
So it's tied to bonds. So the funding has come from bonds from the state. So it is a state funding source that came about as one of the other aspects of the Maryland Blueprint. So in total, it was about $1.9 billion. And then it was distributed amongst the school systems, and folks have heard me, and I'll continue to say we're grateful. You never want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but we would obviously like to have more funding. So our share out of that $1.9 billion was only about 27 million. So with that, then we had to decide what projects we would do. So we took some projects that had been on our CIP list but weren't getting CIP funding, and we took Built to Learn money to do them, so we could be doing concurrently projects that were getting CIP approval, but also do some projects that did not get CIP approval. So internally, we looked at, obviously with the kindergarten, we're still getting caught up from full day pre-K, which happened over 15 years ago. So we at that point had 6 schools left, and now we're down to 4 with the completion of Malkin and Ryan. So we want to identify a couple K schools, but also and this was something that started with the previous superintendent, was looking at McDonough and expanding some of the programs there. And again, that's a project we had. I mean, this had been in the works for over 10 years, but we had never received construction funding. So we were able to move that project forward with this alternative funding source from the state. So it's roughly 27 million for us. Some school systems, I won't name any names, but some of the larger school systems got as much as $400 million for funding for projects. So just as a, on the scale of comparison, again, we're grateful what we got, but it's my job to always fight for more. So obviously we would have liked to have received more, but roughly 6 or 7 school systems, which are larger school systems, took the lion's share of that. So they took I think roughly 1.5 billion of the 1.9 million.
Wow.
And about 17 to 18 other school systems had $440 million to divide amongst 17 school systems.
So this was a one-time thing. So the 27 is as much as we're ever going to get?
Correct. It's a one-time funding source, yes.
Okay, all right, well, scratch the
We're
next
optimistic
question.
that there'll be other opportunities down the road.
Right.
But again, we are grateful. I mean, I don't want to seem ungrateful what we received, because we were able to move forward 3 projects that we would not have been had been working on.
Right, yeah,
But
that is
we would
great
like that
news.
more.
Yeah, always. Thank you so much.
Ms. Butler Washington.
Yes, thank you also for the presentation. I'm just going to limit mine to one to Mr. Lowndes. I love the idea about the behavior management, course that you have done for our teachers. And I am glad to know that it's a process that you put in place not involving our students. So my question is, now that we have this refresher, I don't know if it's been thought about or is it in your lane, but to offer this class during your in-service for teachers, like a refresher, so you can come back and ask them what worked, what did not work, what could we add to this training that we didn't add, or so they can be able to ask questions, because I know you can give training over and over again, but if you don't come back and ask how it worked, it's not to me, a good course, because you don't have my true feelings into it, or my true lecture of what is wrong with the program. So I just want to know if we're going to be thinking about that, because that's what to me would be a great tool for us to have.
No, I think that's, I wrote that down earlier, is we got to get a way to get feedback from our folks that participated in that training to find out what worked, what didn't work, and then where do we need to highlight, especially knowing that we're going to go next year with all of the secondary as well, and any new teacher that comes in. And so we are looking also, just to let you know, at a pilot program working with 1 or 2 schools through special education and student services, where it's more of, so this is teaching best practices and strategies, but there is one that kind of, that is similar to this, using the same ideas and concepts, but actually getting more in depth and teaching it through a curriculum. And so we are looking at that to see if that might be something that we should be looking at as well for more schools, as far as taking what we've trained, and this is a one-day training, but the other would be a much more intensive type of course where it's actually taking those concepts and teaching more specific strategies and how to do it. But I love your idea of getting more feedback from the people that took it, and to see whether it helped and supported them during the school year.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you for that. On this youth engagement advocate, on the de-escalation, how long do you train them for that? A week, 2 weeks, how long?
It wasn't a week, but each one of those trainings that they went through is a number of hours, and so I think I might have that. If I don't, I have it back there on my table. So for the de-escalation training, for the youth engagement advocates, right?
Right.
Theirs is 4 hours.
4 hours?
Yes, the training that they go through is 4 hours.
Okay, and that entails what?
So just to read to you just the little blurb here, it dives into the difference between school discipline matters versus criminal matters and use of conflict and de-escalation techniques. And so again, it teaches them how to help recognize that there's a different way to handle a situation, and not to make it worse, but to help a student calm down and pull away from it, or to help, again, recognize when it's coming, the triggers. That's the idea, trying to get to know students so you kind of know when they might be headed that direction, and you can redirect their energy in a different way. So that's kind of what the focus is there.
Okay, thank you.
I have one quick comment. Mr. Lowndes.
Yes.
You mentioned earlier something about dealing with the staff's basically trying to prevent them from taking behaviors personal.
Yes.
And I know some schools do incorporate SEL, and part of SEL, social emotional learning, there is an adult component. Has that been considered, that framework, in any of the trainings, like weaved in there, dealing with adult SEL? And if not, that's something we can talk about later, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
So let me look into it. I think it is part of the first aid training, that mental or adult first aid training. But let me look more further into that to get you to your direct answer. Because
Just to give you a quick idea, like part of the framework for that, one of the components is learning. For example, examining biases for cultural competence. That's something that falls under adult LCL. Collaboration. We're already doing the professional learning communities. That's you already got that down. But stuff like that. So we can talk later. But there is a component of SEL that's specifically for adults in the schools that I think would be.
And if you have something that you can point me to
yeah,
later,
sure.
that'd be helpful, because
Yep.
unfortunately SEL has become such a huge umbrella that, everything's calling itself right now a component of SEL in some way, shape, or
Right,
form.
but
It
there's
seems
a-
like
there's
they're
a
all
sp-
trying to sell.
Yeah, there's
A lot of products are coming under that umbrella.
There's a specific framework for it, though, that,
Okay.
we can just stick to. Thank you.
Thank you.
CASEL framework is just.
Yeah, Ms. Kramer?
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, I have one additional follow-up question. So when we were talking about the back-to-school events and the engagement events and the guidance that, this for you, Dr. Jones, obviously, that was given to the administration to kind of help, I guess, sort of invigorate their communities, and get them kind of on a good foot going back to school. With the new youth engagement advocate position, were they incorporated in that in any way? Since this is going to be a new, I know for high school level, they don't usually do like the block parties or the, those type of things, but was the administration at the high schools kind of giving guidance on, hey, make sure that you kind of do some introduction, soft introduction of those adults that are going to be working in the building?
In most cases, no, but the reason is because they were going through their training at the time.
Gotcha.
So they were daily in training for hours and hours for weeks.
Right.
As they were brought on, and some of them were just wrapping up their trainings about the time that school was beginning. So likely they were not incorporated, but that's the only reason, that they
Right.
weren't necessarily incorporated in a lot of the planning and the execution of whatever their events were. I can't say 100% that some of them weren't on board in time to be a part of that. I would have to look into it, but I do know that a lot of them were in quite a bit of training on a daily basis for a number of weeks that led right up to the start of school.
Okay, well, that makes sense. So was there any guidance given about how to introduce the adults to, at the point that they have completed their training and they're ready to go into the building? I assume they're all there now, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, they are. I think we need to hire one now, but they are there for the most part. And so they've been asked to introduce them as a part of the staff. They can certainly be introduced as I guess an adjunct administrator. They're not necessarily an administrator, but they work closely with the administrators. But they should introduce them as someone who can be a go-to for a number of different things. But most importantly, establishing relationships with students so that they can be trusted. They will be looked upon as someone who can be relied upon for many different things, but mostly to help with keeping students going in the right direction, whether it's peer mediation, whether it's mentoring, whether it's, helping with investigations. Again, not necessarily being the bad guy, but they will have a job to do to help with some of that. So as a helping administrator per se, that's what they've been told to introduce, but they are a full member of your staff, not an officer though.
Right,
They are.
right. No, absolutely. Just thinking about ways to start building those relationships and building that trust, because it's a new person in the building, part of the administrative team in some way, and that kids will generally see as an authority figure, but obviously wanting to build that trust so that they can offer that mentorship and that guidance and that help with conflict management and things like that. So, just thinking of ways that we can sort of help kind of make that person be viewed by the students as a trusted adult and someone that they can go to, if they're in situations like that. So just like to, think a little bit more about that and how we can make sure that they engage with the students in positive ways.
Yeah, and our principals are really good about, we give them a little bit of that kind of direction, being
Right.
creative with the rest of that too. So certainly we will absolutely pass that along too, so that they are.
Great, thank you so much.
Mr. Butler Washington.
Yes, Mr. Jones. I don't know if you can tell me this, but what is the age range of the people you hired for this position?
It's not something I can really tell you, for a couple of reasons. I don't know it right offhand. In any accurate kind of way.
Okay, but the reason I ask is because if you want students to actually be engaged with these people, they got to be somewhat near the age. And I'm pretty sure we know that. So that's why I asked that question. Are they, when you was hiring them, was that considered? Because
So likely no.
Okay.
Because we don't want to discriminate,
Well, no. This is in the.
Good answer.
Viewed that way. I hear what you're saying. We want people who can relate, and that's important. But we also recognize that people my age can relate to these youngins too. And so and I've been doing this 32 years, so it's all right. It's all right. We're just really careful about that. But we absolutely understand that we want folks who are able to relate to young people. That's a part of what this charge is about too.
Okay, I definitely understand that, but you have 32 years with them. This person is just coming into the role.
No, I'm just talking about
That's
age.
making a distinction
So,
about
yes.
why
relating
we are
to
saying
students is really what this job is about. Yes. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hancock, you have a question?
Thank you, Chairman. I apologize for coming in late. Vice Chair Morley had brought up the Where's My Bus app, and I did have a question on that for Mr. Heim. So we have it, and it works great. My son, who's in high school, his bus doesn't seem like it's ever been hooked up. It just always constantly shows the bus at the lot somewhere in Prince Frederick. So do we know how many buses just do not have the GPS hooked up yet?
Yeah, so we put probably 15 new pieces of equipment, new buses in this service. So those 15 buses do not, and then as I mentioned, some of the buses that have it, just there's some issues with the connection to it. So going out and checking the wires. So one of the things that we are, we've sent information to parents on Monday through the communications office, but to have the help desk ticket. So just like if you had an issue with the bus stop, or you have an issue with the bus, we encourage parents to be using that help desk ticket right now so if there's a situation we're not aware of, so we can become aware of it.
Sure, yeah. And aside from that, I think it's a great app. It's a great tool to use. I would like to just let parents know, don't depend on it as a time to take your kids to the bus stop or to have arrangements to pick them up, because there are sometimes time delays. But it is a great tool to check, okay, if my middle school son, sometimes if he's running a little bit late, it's nice to be able to pull that up and see that the bus is coming. So I think it's a really good step in the right direction to have this app, for sure. But I was just curious about that. Vice Chair Lee had brought it up, and I think once the bugs are worked out of it, it's going to be a really good tool, and it's exciting to see happen.
So we're definitely excited about it, and for the parents, it was working, because we know during that first week of school that buses, for various reasons, either because in the afternoons they depart late from the schools because the administration wants to try to verify that all students are on the correct bus.
Correct, yeah.
With the buses departing late, it actually cut down on the volume of calls into the transportation office the first week, because parents would have to call and ask, they still don't have maybe the specific reason why the bus is running late, but they could see that it was still sitting at the school, so they're not concerned that it's left the lot and it's 20 minutes late, and they don't have that sense of panic that something has happened that they've not been made aware of. So we've definitely seen the benefits of it from within the transportation office. So we're excited about continuing with that project, and again working out some of the kinks that we're dealing with right now.
Very good. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks. All right, one quick question. Can you go to slide 13, please? So this is about the enrollment for pre-K, because you had an updated slide on there. versus what was on board docs. There you go.
Too far.
Just wanted to get the numbers. Okay. So tier 2 says 38 enrolled.
So I updated it based on the enrollment of yesterday, just to let you know, I wanted the most.
No,
recent.
that's fine. That's fine. That's, I mean, you, that's fine. And 144 offers. Okay.
Yeah, so if you looked at it on board docs a couple days ago, you're seeing some different data. So
Yeah,
it-
no, that's.
Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome.
Look, things
that out.
are dynamic. This wasn't to call you out.
Mr. Hyman to give me a good hand here.
Mr. Lyons
I think Mr. Hyman's done.
Mr. Lyons wanted to present the latest information enrollment, so we appreciate his due diligence of keeping us up to date to the second with enrollment numbers.
Yeah, right.
That's a fair save. So, but I do have a question. So, so you have 58 tier 3 students on a wait list, and that's because I'm going to say the school that they're zoned to go to doesn't have any space. Would that be?
Yeah, so we are letting them, so last year, and I appreciate the input from the board, that you asked us that we let schools know sooner rather than later if they're not going to get in. So we have started letting those families know, starting yesterday, that the ones that we know are not going to get in. And so many of most of those, really, like I said today, the only tier 3 families that will probably get in as of right now are Mount Hope and Higdon. And once again, the reason why they get in is that it's a childcare desert within the county. There's very few private childcares that those families can take advantage of. And so we do have room in those schools, and one of the things that the state has highly encouraged is if you do have childcare deserts within your areas, then make those areas a priority for your tier 3 families.
Okay.
But everyone else we are notifying. You know, we started yesterday with tier 3 families to let them know. We're going to let and to continue today. And we've, like I said, we sent out the 79 offers to the tier 2 families that are going to get in, and we haven't heard from the tier 2 whether they're going to accept or not. And that's the reason why we're not going to touch the wait list on the tier 2 families, because we have to wait to hear from the 79 families from the tier 2.
Roger that. Okay. All right. All right. Great job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Good presentation. I think 2 of you can leave and 1 of you can stay.
Yeah.
All right, so as we transition from one presentation to the next, I'm going to call up several people. Gina McCullough from the Nanjemoy Creek Environmental Educational Center, Tim Emhoff also from Nanjemoy Creek, April Murphy from our Office of Operations, and Meg Romero from the county. I'm going to move to the side to get their presentation up. I do want to make all of our board members aware, please don't be startled at some point during the presentation. We're going to have an appearance from a special guest, maybe not a hint, maybe not as exciting as the Philly Fanatic, but so I just don't want people to be startled when they see someone come in a costume, a mascot.
All right.
Sylvia.
They're making their way up.
Yeah.
They were waiting for a while in the hall.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Come on down.
I have introduced them, but if they just want to take a quick moment to state specifically what they're due with the school system or the county.
Hey, I'm Tim Emhoff. I work at Nanjemoy Creek Environmental Education Center, and I work with our environmental literacy program. I'm actually under the Office of Teaching and Learning, but I work out of Nanjemoy Creek.
All right.
I'm Gina McCullough. I also work at Nanjemoy Creek, and I'm the middle and high school outreach coordinator.
I'm April Murphy. I'm the Supervisor of Operations. I work with building service staff.
Meg Romero. I'm the Recycling and Litter Control Superintendent for Charles County Government Department of Public Works.
All right. Thank you all for being here.
So thank you for having us. We appreciate you giving us the time to introduce our iRecycle Smart new initiative, which is a collaboration between Charles County Government and Charles County Public Schools. So one thing we noticed in the public schools was the difficulty we had in recycling properly. So the team came up with an idea to make it easier and more effective, hopefully, in Charles County Public Schools. Is that right? Thanks. Okay. You broke it.
Other way.
That's okay, there we go. So this is a new partnership, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Charles County Government has contributed over $17,000 towards this initiative, 15 of which went to buying new bins to make sure all the schools had them, and then additional money to create these wonderful gifts that you will see at the Charles County Public Fair. So also we decided, because it was an initiative, we would like to brand it and make it our own. So what you see up there is our iRecycle Smart logo, which is on all our giveaways and our signage as well. So again, I would like to thank you for having us, but I would also like to thank Dr. Navarro and Mr. Heim for promoting this initiative with us as well and giving us the support to move forward. And I would also like to thank Kyle Graves, the media specialist, who has worked really, really hard to fit this into his schedule to help us develop videos for our students. So I'm going to turn it over to Meg, and she's going to talk about the logistics behind it and the law that supports this initiative.
Okay. Thanks, Gina. So Charles County Public Schools was actually a little bit ahead of the curve. You have been recycling in your schools since 1994. Charles County Government and Department of Public Works has been working with you and partnering with you since then to provide the bins within the classrooms, to provide some carts to help in the larger areas, and then to also help with your collection within your schools. But in 2009, the state passed legislation requiring that all public schools provide recycling. So at that point, we kind of upped our partnership a little bit, providing more bins, and again, we provided more in 2014. Earlier this year, in separate meetings and separate conversations with Gina and April, we all started talking about how the recycling in your schools needs to be improved. There's been a lot of contamination or not being disposed of properly, and we were just talking and brainstorming and figuring out how we can make it better, and that's how iRecycle Start came about.
So when you talk about recycling, and everyone talks about it being a broken system and how it doesn't work, but it's not a broken system so much as it is a little disjointed. So it came about as a great idea. So what happened to this great idea? Thanks. So basically what happened, people happened. Okay, so there are a few common mistakes that people make. The first thing is wish cycling, and that just means you have something and you throw it in there in hopes that it actually will be recycled. A lot of people do it out of sight, out of mind. So that's their wish that what they put in there will actually be recycled, when really you should think about, when in doubt, throw it out. Recycling the wrong types of plastics. It can be very confusing because there are so many types of plastic. This falls under the wish cycling as well. So you see something that's plastic and you put it in there in hopes, again, that it will be recycled. Oftentimes we find plastic silverware, plastic bags, that single-use plastic films that things are wrapped in. And what will happen if those get into the recycling is it'll either clog the machines, which causes the workers to stop the machines and manually remove them, or when it's on the conveyor, they will have to remove them as well. This in turn costs money, and the recycling facilities lose money by having to stop their production, and they will end up having to take it to the landfill anyway. So again, that's making it two steps when it could have gone in the proper place, which is the trash. Also, unrinsed containers. Food residue, we talk about peanut butter. No one likes to clean out the peanut butter jar. Or pizza boxes. We have all those great pizza boxes, which you can recycle the top, but not the bottom. So what happens if, I know, there you go. We have finally come to a consensus. Yes, you can take the tops off and they can be recycled, but not the greasy bottom full of cheese. So, yes, so you think about what's in there and how to make new paper, you use water, and you use chemicals sometimes to pull the print, and we all know what happens with oil and water. That's why you can't have that food residue. So if that happens, if there's too much food residue, it causes bale contamination, which basically means everything we've collected becomes too dirty to be recycled, and everything gets thrown out. Yes, so oftentimes, again, bale contamination is something that's not everybody knows about, but basically it has to do with your end source or the market, and they determine how dirty that recycling can be. So for instance, if it's a 10% they set it at, and we have 11 that we turn over, all of it becomes trash. It doesn't matter that 89% was usable. If there's too much contamination, then that stuff does go in the trash. Go ahead. So when we looked at this, we wanted to simplify recycling in the schools because it can get really confusing. There's many different types of plastics and recyclables, and even though it has the chasing arrow symbol, doesn't necessarily mean it can be recycled. So to make it easy, we're looking at single-use plastic bottles, paper and cardboard, and aluminum cans. And the reason we focused on the big three here is aluminum can be recycled indefinitely. It takes about 60 days from the time it gets to the recycling center to back on a shelf to be new aluminum. In addition, paper and cardboard, that's okay. In addition, paper and cardboard we know is effectively recycled, and our hope is if we keep the bottles clean that go in there, then we can promote more recycling. So some people think about, well, we're recycling less, how is that effective? But the idea is less is more here. It's to reduce some of the confusion and to keep the bales clean. So if the bales stay clean, then what will happen is it will all go to recycling, and we will actually be recycling more. So one thing we've developed, thank you again for Charles County government, Tina in the media department, Kozlovsky is her last name, came up with these amazing posters. I actually have them in front of us as well that you can look at later. So these posters will go next to the recycling bins, actually above the recycling bins. And we included graphics as well to work with our young students or non-readers, and it reminds them what can go in and then what stays out. So these will be located there. And what we also need is we need particular placement in the classrooms. It doesn't matter where it is, but the recycling bins and the trash cans need to be kept together. We actually need to marry them because studies show that if people are given the choice and they have the understanding, they will choose properly. Otherwise, they'll throw it in whatever receptacle they see first. So that's why we're going to give them a choice next to each other, and then we can hopefully recycle more. So what about this stuff? We did have a long discussion regarding the cafeteria. So if you look at that picture there, almost all of it would have to go in the trash because what that material is going to do is it's going to contaminate the bales. So your salad there more than likely will have salad dressing in them. I think that's an orange in that container, and we have some strawberries up there, which probably would be clean recycling, but if you include that film, food, yogurt, because there isn't a system to clean that trash, everything is, again, going to be thrown out. So for now, we're not looking at promoting this in the cafeteria. Okay, and again, the reason for that is excess liquid and food residue. So we have the big no. No food residue. Again, which is what we find in the cafeteria a great deal. In addition, a lot of our students will eat breakfast, and they eat breakfast in the classroom, and if you get the bag breakfast, there's nothing in there that can be recycled. No liquids, okay, that also contaminates, and no wrappers or plastic bags. Those are just items that cannot be recycled. A lot of times people look at wrappers, for instance, a Dorito bag, thinking if it's silver, it's going to be aluminum, when really it's just layers and layers of plastic. So that can't be in there either.
Good.
Tim?
All right. Gina already talked a lot about bale contamination, so I'm not going to read everything up here. But again, the rationale behind the program and keeping the cafeteria out of it is bale contamination. So even after recycle's picked up from our schools, or if it's curbside at your own residence, that's going to go to the MRF, Materials Recovery Facility, up in Ritchie Road, Upper Marlboro, I think is the closest one that our recycling goes to. Yes, okay, sure. And when it's up there, it goes through just a sorting process, and then it's all baled together, and then it's they're looking for a market for it. And if those contamination rates, as Gina said, they're not met, then it's just going to go to a landfill, the nearest landfill. So we want to try to avoid that, and so that's the reason for just looking at getting clean materials and items in our recycle bin. So, with the plastic bottles, with the aluminum cans, we're looking for relatively empty containers free of liquids, and the same with the paper. If there's anything that's got oil or anything on that's got to go to the trash. So it all comes down to contamination. And again, I'm not going to go over this extensively because I feel like you did a good job covering that.
You're welcome.
All right. But potentially, maybe in the future, we'll come up with a system for the cafeteria, but not at this time. All right, so training, we'll talk about that. This is really the team here, and they did an outstanding job kind of putting this together. We try to look at this as a top-down approach. I think that's the most effective. So we were privileged to present this information at the Cunningham Leadership Conference that took place in early August at North Point High School, and a representative from every school, one of the administration team, was there for the presentation. So after that, a PowerPoint was developed for the principals then to share with their teaching staff, or not just teaching staff, but their entire staff. They could either do that at a staff meeting or they could send that out via email. But we want everyone, this is a top-down approach, so we want everyone to be in the loop. So leadership, moving into our teachers and people in the buildings, and then moving into our building service workers as well. They're going to have their own kind of specialized training because they're going to be instrumental in this recycling program working effectively. And then finally, we move into our students. So with our students, we're developing short videos to kind of kick this off. So we're going to have one for our secondary, so our middle and high school. Then we'll also have a video for our elementary age students. And we're talking, a 1 to 2 minute video. The hope is, like in middle school and high school, this wouldn't be anything extra. It would be shown maybe that first period when they're coming in, maybe that homeroom period, 10 minutes or less, kind of mini lesson to really kick it off. But we just, again, we want everyone to be on the same page so this is done effectively. Because I've been in the county a long time and I've seen recycling programs go really well, but then it doesn't. So we want to make sure that everyone's in the loop and it's a nice continuum there. I think we're going to attempt to show the video that Kyle Graves put together for our secondary. And again, he did a good job on short notice, and I'm really impressed. You never know. So.
And this is the debut.
And this is the debut, so here we go.
Pump your brakes.
What?
Water bottles go in there, not in the trash.
What's the matter if it goes in the trash?
If it goes in the trash, the water bottle ends up in the landfill forever. The natural resources that make up the plastic bottle can never be used again. But if you put it in the recycling bin, it can be made into other plastic products, which saves natural resources. Get it?
Sure. What else can it go there? How about this?
That goes in the trash. I know it doesn't sound like a big deal, but if stuff like crumbs in that bag get into the recycling bin, then the items inside become contaminated. If the dirty things mix with the clean things, then everything gets thrown out. Things that we could have reused now become more garbage. That's why Charles County is starting a new program called iRecycle Smart to educate people on how to recycle properly. We want to be able to recycle and reuse 3 simple items: paper, aluminum, and plastic bottles, without having to throw any of that out. To be concise, when in doubt, throw it out.
Now that's easy to understand.
Anything else you need to know?
Yeah. Who says pump your brakes?
All right, so that's just an example of our secondary video. Again, primary, I think target date is this Thursday we're going to try to film. Should be interesting with the elementary age students. We're actually using students in the video. So that might be a little longer filming session for Kyle there, but hey, we'll see how it goes. We're going to talk now logistics. So logistics, so what you need to know here. Again, every classroom and teaching area will have a recycle bin. There was a lot ordered. And it'll be placed, again, as Gina said, next to the trash can. And we want those 2 receptacles, again, to be together so students have that choice. We want them, it needs to be visible. Instead of, you're getting ready to throw, like in the video, in the trash can, oh, I can recycle that. As well, and again, we mentioned the videos that will be there. Hopefully those will be rolled out right after Fair Day. That's the goal.
You're about to be one-upped in the back, by the way.
Our special guest.
Thanks a lot, Chuck. So, yeah. All right. Anyway, sorry. Let me get back to this. So, each classroom will receive signage that will be placed next to the recycle bin. Okay.
There we go.
And then building service staff will also empty the bins once a week unless a student group assumes the responsibility. So we're thinking maybe if it's a green school, they have a green team. They might take over that duty or responsibility to work towards their green school certification. We also have opportunities for service learning type things that students might be involved in. Now, here's something that came up. Recycling can never be bagged. If it's in a trash bag, it becomes trash. So you might be saying, hey, let's line that with a plastic bag just in case. Well, this is the reason why we need clean things only to go in the recycle bin. If it's bagged and then that bag is then thrown into the recycle dumpster and then it goes to the MRF, they're going to throw it out when they see that plastic bag. They'll just pull it right off the line. They're not going to sit there and open it up because that'll jam up the machines. So again, all clean paper should go into recycling. So as a school system, we use a lot of paper. And so we should be recycling that. It should not be going to our landfill. Okay, we'll move on.
So where we are and where we're going. During the 22-23 school year, CCPS facilities produced approximately 3,785 tons of trash and recycled 207 tons of material. Our recycling rate was 5.2, and I know we have a lot of work ahead of us, and I think that we have a great team together that can make this happen and definitely improve our recycling rate in the coming years. We set a goal as to go to 10% during the next school year. Hopefully we will far exceed that though. The next thing we're going to do is in January of 24, we're going to pilot a recycling program in the cafeterias to try and capture some of those materials that are recyclable and see how that goes. We'll do it in an elementary, a middle, and a high school, and then kind of figure out from there where we can improve, what changes we need to make just to make it work in all schools. The other thing that has happened, there was an extra duty position requested for next fiscal year for a green school sponsor. Recycling would be part of that person's responsibility. Currently, any school that has a green team or green coordinator, it's a voluntary position. However, I think if we put compensation behind it with a stipend, we'll get a whole lot more buy-in. And then we will have, if we have someone in the school that's all about recycling, then it's only going to lend to having the kids be more excited about it as well. So to get the word out, we have Mr. Chuck It In. Yeah, Chuck for Charles, he is available to come to schools to promote recycling. He's going to be at other community events. You'll see him at the fair on Friday. We are super excited about what he's going to bring to this initiative. So thank you so much, Chuck. It's his first public appearance.
We'll also be available for pictures during your break.
Yeah.
So success means to us, one of the things is to reduce my use, because truly when you look at those chasing arrows or you talk about them, it's reduce, reuse, recycle. Recycle is actually the last thing. We would really like to see a reduction in our use of plastics. We reuse what we can. You rethink your choices. For instance, when I speak to students, I talk to them about their water bottle. How can you rethink that and do something different? And it's in hopes that they would come up with a reusable bottle or with bags. So finally, after we do all that, everyone can say, I recycle smart. So thank you so much for letting us present this, and we will open this is our team. Michelle Smith unfortunately couldn't be here. She's also Charles County Government. So we will open it up for questions.
Awesome. Thanks so much for the presentation.
Thank you for having us.
So, Ms. Smith.
Was I recognized, Chair?
You were.
I was. I am so excited. I don't think you all understand. Like, I'm literally fighting against myself. Two of my favorite people are sitting at the table. This is something that I've spoken with my colleagues about for quite a while. Just given the amount of paper and the amount of, single-use bottles that our students use on a daily basis. The majority of our households already have like free from the county recycle bins. So it would be a natural progression just to have something in the school for our students to be able to use throughout the day, our educators to be able to use with all the paperwork that they're constantly grading. Once it's done, if there's a way to recycle it, that'd be awesome. But just to make it clear that this is not just about climate change. It's not just about carefully managing our resources. This is really about ensuring that we take pride in where we live and that we're supporting students in taking pride in where they live and that we're helping them be global citizens and to preserve what they currently have for future generations, helping them see beyond themselves, helping to preserve kind of what our babies have currently for when they become adults eventually and they're out in the world. So I'm so elated to see this partnership between not only the school system, but the county government as well, coming together to find ways to best support our students in, again, being global citizens and thinking about how they can preserve the world in which we all live. So very excited to see you all.
We're excited to be here.
Ms. Morley?
Just one quick comment. Thank you all so much. This was very informative. And I know if you heard us oohing and eyeing, we recognize a lot of the behaviors you were saying not to do. Guilty. We're like, we didn't know that.
That's
so
why we're here.
yeah, that was perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Yes. Ms. Butler Washington.
Thank you for this. And I echo Board Member Smith because in my house I am the recycle freak, as they call it. My son we started this initiative a long time ago, and today I'm saying they're grown and they are still using it today. So this is great to start it in the middle school, in the schools itself, because in the long run they will help our climate out if we teach them young, and they will get old, and so therefore our climate will get better if we teach them how to do the right thing. So thank you.
Mr. Hancock.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. And before I say what I was going to say, when I saw the mascot, Mr. Chuck It In, I didn't see Mr. Schwartz for a minute, and I thought he might be moonlighting as a mascot. So I'm glad that you still got your day job. But on a serious note, I think the educational piece on that is amazing, because that's what a lot of people don't know. I mean, for instance, when I go pull up to get gas at Wawa, they have the recycle and they have the trash. I have a bottle of water that's half empty. I put it in the recycle bin. And now I'm saying, well, it's got water in it. I need to make sure that they're empty bottles, or I'll have a half bag of chips that I don't know what goes into the recycle bin and what doesn't. So I think you're going to educate a lot of people with that and help promote recycling in the county. So I think this is wonderful. I think it really is. And thank you for your presentation.
Ms. Creamer.
Yeah, I echo all of my colleagues' sentiments. Thank you so much for this, because like Mr. Hancock said, I think the pizza box thing, that was for me, because I've done that. And I'm thinking, it's cardboard, right? You can go in there, and I'm looking at the little crumbs in there, and I'm like, I guess it's okay, and I just throw it in there, trying to be a good citizen, right? Like a global citizen, like Ms. Smith said, and I want to be, as green as possible as anyone else. And I think a lot of people just don't know, like Mr. Hancock said, especially kids, and so I think this is also a great opportunity to teach personal responsibility for our kids, to say, hey, this is taking care of our environment, and where we live is everyone's responsibility, regardless of your age, or whether you're a student or a teacher, adult, child, whatever the case may be, and then every little bit counts, right? So I really appreciate that, and I think this is going to make a huge difference. And I love the pictures, the graphic that's going to be put above the bins, because I really think people will stop and look at that, right? And so that's going to be the image is going to be such a useful tool. They use something similar in hospitals. If you're familiar, they have like the different bins in hospitals where you have to put, if it's an IV bag that has liquid in it, you put it in one bin. Sharps obviously go in a different thing, and they use pictures, that even for adults, So I think that's a great idea, and I'm looking forward to seeing this progress and the progress that we make. So thank you all so much for your efforts on this.
Thanks. One quick thing. I don't know if anyone remembers. I tried looking. I remember years ago, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, I thought that that pick a wax and try to program. I remember Mr. Croyder was here talking about it.
We did.
And he did.
We
So I wasn't,
It's
okay.
Pico and Higdon, actually.
What's that?
Pico and
Pico
Higdon.
and Higdon,
Yeah.
yeah. And I remember the challenges, some of the same things you talked about, like, you know, kids don't know what's supposed to go there, and then, you know, it however that went, good, bad, or indifferent, and April, I don't know if you can
It was
comment.
very challenging, to
Yeah.
say the least, with the lack of people in the cafeteria to help the kids sort and empty out the
That's
water
right,
and
'cause
milk.
it was-
And it was just really, really challenging with the turnover of lunches. It was also very costly because it had to be trucked all the way to Prince George's County.
Yeah.
We kind of looked at it and decided that it probably isn't something at this time we could continue doing, or we'll have to see in the near future.
Right. No, I think it's a great move, taking it out of there and the big three, as you say, because it's pretty easy to distinguish what that is, and not to get things thrown in the wrong place. So, but thank you all, and thanks to county government for pitching in. And as everyone has said, you know, it certainly doesn't hurt anything, and it's going to make our county a better place. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Maybe if you answer questions right, we'll give you a prize.
Can we quiz you?
That'll be after your pictures. We'll check it in.
You can meet the fair this weekend. We'll stop by and see you.
Absolutely, on Friday.
All right.
I have all this stuff. They gave me all this. Thank you again.
Sylvia have it?
Thank you.
We don't have it. Yeah. Well, we got a while. Yeah. So, Ms. Royster. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I feel like I'm back in the school building, all this stuff. All the stuff. So, good afternoon, Chairman Lucas, and Chairperson Lucas, and Vice Chairperson Morley, our board members, Dr. Navarro, Charles County Public Schools, as well as our community. So we're here today. Our purpose is to provide our board members, our community members, and our school team information regarding our policy updates for the Educational Equity Policy 1820 that's currently in place for Charles County Public Schools. My name is Sylvia Royster. I am the Director of Community Engagement and Equity for Charles County. And to my left, I have some equity champions here, and I would like for them to introduce themselves. They have been advocates of this work for years in the past, and they also have been engaged with this work as members of the policy team.
Hi board, my name is Pascal Small and I'm the Equity Task Force member.
I'm Savon Myers. I'm also an Equity Task Force member and Assistant Principal at Malcolm Elementary.
Good afternoon, Christine Paul. I'm the Specialist for Community and Equity. Okay, so here we have our agenda, and you have copies of it. So we're going to start with the historical perspective of the educational equity policy that already exists. We'll go into the COMAR. We'll talk a little bit about the focus group that's been meeting this year. I'll talk to you a little bit about the MSDE Equity and Excellence in Education group that meets every month. And then we'll make our recommendations for the current policy, and then we'll take any questions or comments afterwards. So here you see, here's the history. So the matter of fact is Charles County has been involved with, giving equitable outcomes for all of our students for a really long time. This is ongoing work, and I want to thank Mr. Lucas for being with us every step of the way for this whole time. So this really starts years ago, and this is just a little overview. So we used to have the Minority Achievement Diversity Committee. We used to have school liaisons, and we would come and meet here at central office. We used to have new teacher and staff cultural competence trainings as well. We were kind of getting back into training new staff again. We started again this year. Back in 2017, 2018, we started our work with Institute of Student Achievement. They came in with Dr. Green, Dr. Parrott, Mr. Abner Oaks, and we really started a work with them to set a new policy in place. We did not have one at the time. So we had external and internal stakeholders. We came together, we did some focus groups, just to see what our gaps existed in Charles County schools and what our strengths and weaknesses were. So then fall 2018, we had our work groups. Spring 2019 is when we did a Board of Education presentation for the implementation of the equity policy, 1820. The equity policy went into effect spring 2019. We had our 3-year plan according to COMAR spring 2019. And out of that came the implicit or unconscious bias trainings that is mandatory for all of our staff as part of a professional learning program that we have here. That was our first year, 2021-2022. We started with 7 schools in total at the time. And since then, we continue our trainings. July 2022, we started the Department of Community Engagement Equity. That's what Ms. Royster and I are. 2022 to 2023, we did year 2 of the trainings. We started with our assistant principals in the school, 6 schools in total. And this year, 2023-2024, we're continuing the trainings, and we have 5 schools in total. And I want to give a shout out to the schools that are getting trained this year. They are Stoddard Middle School, Craik Elementary School, Diggs Elementary School, Billingsley Elementary School, and lastly, Higdon Elementary. Our department also does support our culture and climate goals for all the schools. So if a school has been trained in unconscious bias, the work does not stop there. We make sure that they're furthering their equity goals. So that can look different for each school. In the past, we've supported the work through book studies or starting any staff or student engagement group. It really just depends on what the school team wants for their school.
So also to add some historical background, just this past year, and even before I started with the school system, the work of the Educational Equity Task Force is continuing to go, as Ms. Paul spoke to. We wanted to recognize the policy focus group members that are here today. You met 2 that are with our panel, and then we also have some that attended today on behalf of the work that they continue to do. I'd like to recognize the individuals that have been engaged in this policy work since this past summer, but even before so. If you are here today, please stand. All of these members, as well as the panel members, are a part of the Educational Equity Task Force. Lou D'Ambrosio, the principal of Robert Steedham Education Center. Please remain standing. Tavon Miss Myers, focus group lead. I'm not going to turn around. Tavon Myers, focus group lead of this particular policy group. Assistant principal, Malcolm Elementary School. Simone Young, the coordinator of STEM education for Charles County Public Schools. Pascal Small, focus group lead, as well as a parent and an advocate for equity in our community. Aisha Berkeley, parent. Shauna Marks, parent. Erica Thomas, parent. Shaniqua Green, parent. Yachi Madan, and she's a CCPS alum and current student at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. And I do want to just take one moment. Ms. Madan, she couldn't be here today, but she worked in the Department of Community Engagement and Equity this summer and really provided some amazing research and work to continue the work of the school district. So I'm sure she's online saying hello, and we have a lot of our members that are joining us today virtually. So for those of you that are in the room, thank you. Okay, it's not working. There we go. Okay.
So MSD Network for Equity and Excellence in Education, and we call the NE3. We meet monthly. So this is all the LEAs. We come together. MSD hosts a meeting, and it just depends on the month for the agenda. So usually we talk about what our LEAs are doing to support equity in our districts. We support each other. We cheer each other on to further the work in equity. And what we did in April and May is when all of us actually, we did with an online tool that we use Jamboard to look at the current policy in Comar and see what lens can we give within our own experience. So we say, okay, this is what would need to be changed. This is a strength, this is a weakness. And we really tried to replicate that work into our department as well.
And so after those opportunities that the LEAs and the equity offices across the state participated in, we decided as a department we wanted to replicate that exact model. It was a best practice. And so during the months of July and August, members that are here today and some additional members that couldn't attend actually got engaged. They came virtually, they met in person as well. They had homework, and we front-loaded them with quite a bit of information, just like MSD did with us. And they had the opportunity to look at the COMAR regulations. They had a chance to look at the current educational equity policy and look at it through the lens of a community member, look at it through the lens of a student, look at it through the lens of a parent, look at it through the lens of a community member. And then we were able to come back and have some really rich discussions about what is working well in Charles County Public Schools, what are some areas of growth, what are some opportunities for continued discussion, and you'll see that in the recommendations today. This particular slide is really just some information that the board I know is well aware of, and our staff here in Charles County Public Schools. What I do want to make a note is that we shared this with our focus group so that they knew exactly how this legislation or these regulations were aligned. And so when you look at this link, it just provides you a reference to look at what the educational equity policy looks like for the state of Maryland, and then it breaks it up in the document actually is broken up based on purpose, scope, etc. So we wanted to provide that for the community and our board members and the community to have a reference point as well.
So what we will do is read the policy as it stands, and then we'll give you the recommendation as it follows. So the Charles County Board of Education is committed to the success and educational equity of each student in our schools and eliminating achievement opportunity gaps. All board policies, procedures, and practices shall be viewed through a lens of educational equity based on the principles of inclusion, fairness, and justice in allocating resources, opportunity, and treatment. The information that is struck out reads as follows. Educational equity means providing access to essential academic, social, emotional, and economic resources and supports in order to engage students throughout their academic career. Educational equity also maximizes academic success for students through rigorous instruction with appropriate educational resources to achieve their highest potential, to maintain their social and emotional well-being, and to ensure that their social identifiers are valued as an asset.
So for the recommendations that we made, the first thing we wanted to look at for dismantling barriers, systemic barriers, was really looking at the language that we're all using. So this is step one for us. We decided that we would change the language here in section 1 and also bold educational equity. So it reads as follows. The Charles County Board of Education is committed to the success and educational equity of each student in our schools and eliminating achievement and opportunity gaps. All board policies, procedures, and practices shall be viewed through a lens of educational equity based on the principles of inclusion, fairness, and justice in allocating resources, opportunity, and treatment. Educational equity also maximizes academic success for students through rigorous instruction with appropriate educational resources to achieve their highest potential, to maintain their social and emotional well-being, and to ensure that their school identifiers are valued as an asset. We also, as a focus group, recommended that there be a glossary of terms so that we all as a community are using the same definitions when we are talking about things like equity, cultural competency, and more.
The current policy reads as follows. Educational equity maximizes the academic success and social emotional well-being of each student as well as between diverse groups of students. Equity strategies are intentional, systemic, and focused on the core of teaching and learning, providing all students, no matter their ability, ethnicity, family structure, gender identity and expression, language, national origin, nationality, race, religion, sexual orientation, and socioeconomic status. A quality, equitable education without barriers will increase student achievement, improve school climate, and produce well-rounded, culturally competent students.
I think you took my thunder a little bit.
Did I?
So we added it at the top, but our recommendation was to also include improve school climate to improve culture and climate, because that's part of our strategy already. So we wanted to make sure to add that language to this section. Again, for us, it started off with language first. We also would want to expand on the operational piece to it. So it reads as, educational equity maximizes the academic success and social and emotional well-being for each student, as well as between diverse groups of students. Equity strategies are intentional, systemic, and focus on the core of teaching and learning, providing all students, no matter their ability, ethnicity, family structure, gender identity, and expression, language, national origin, nationality, race, religion, sexual orientation, and socioeconomic status, a quality, equitable education without barriers will increase student achievement, improve school culture and climate, and produce well-rounded, culturally competent students.
Okay, the language reads as follows. For student success to occur in lifelong learning and the world of work, the board prioritizes educational equity through the following. The information that is struck out reads as recognizing and removing institutional barriers.
And we removed it, our recommendation is to remove that language here, but to add it into another section that's coming up.
So for the Educational Equity Policy, Section 4 currently reads as, for the student's success to occur in lifelong learning and the world of work, the board prioritizes educational equity through the following. The information that is struck out, I'll read that as well. Ensuring the social identifiers are not obstacles to accessing educational opportunities and supports that benefit each student. Social identifiers means demographic factors, identifies as but not limited to ability, quote, physical and mental, age, ethnicity, family structure, gender identity expression, language, race, religion, sexual orientation, and socioeconomic status.
So our recommendation included what we just read on the previous slide, and it reads as identifying and eliminating systemic barriers to ensure the social identifiers are not obstacles to accessing educational opportunities and the social emotional well-being supports that benefit each student. So we just made sure that we had a combination of the two things.
For the Educational Equity Policy, Section 5, the current policy reads as follows. For student success to occur in lifelong learning in the world of work, the board prioritizes educational equity through the following. The struck out information, I will read that as well. Guaranteeing that bias in students' identities will not predict or predetermine their success in school. Bias refers to prejudice in favor or against a person, thing, or group compared with another, usually in a way considered to be unfair. It includes both implicit and explicit bias. Implicit bias means the attitude and stereotypes that affect our understanding, actions, and decisions. These biases, which encompass favorable and unfavorable assessments, may be activated involuntarily and without an individual's awareness or intentional control. Explicit bias refers to attitudes and beliefs that some have about a person or group on a conscious level.
So we decided to take some of those terms and just place them inside of the glossary, so as a reference. And what we updated the policy to say is ensuring that teachers and students are provided equitable access and opportunities. In addition, guaranteeing that bias and students' identities will not predict or predetermine their success in school. These biases, which encompass favorable and unfavorable assessments, may be activated involuntarily and without an individual's awareness or intentional control. Sure. So the next one in section 6, it reads as follows with the strike through included. In order to achieve this goal, the board commits to cultural responsiveness, which values racial and ethnic cultures, views, experiences, and incorporates them into teaching, learning to strengthen and enrich the school systems and community at large with the presence and contributions of many cultures. And the recommendation reads, the board commits to cultural responsiveness, which values racial and ethnic cultures, views, and experiences, and incorporates them into teaching, learning to strengthen and enrich the school system and community at large with the presence and contributions of many cultures.
Finally, in the educational equity policy, one additional recommendation, it states the superintendent shall regularly update the board on the implementation of this policy, the work of the educational equity task force committee.
So here is the recommendation of adding these terms so that, again, we all have an understanding of when we're talking about things like justice and equity lens and implicit bias, we're all using the same language. When we start using different words that may have been created with all the best intentions, it could lead to detrimental policy that also affects some of our students. So we wanted to make sure to add the glossary at the end of the policy rather than have it sprinkled all over.
Yeah.
Now, we want to open it up to some questions, but before we open it up to questions, we did want to provide a little bit of next steps for the board and for the community and for CCPS. What's going to happen next, this week and the next couple of days, the Focus Policy Group will be working with our department to look at creating a community survey to get feedback in regards to the current recommendations that we're making. And then once that survey comes back to our department and the focus group, then we'll analyze that data. We'll look to see if there's any findings or any interesting trends that we need to address to report back at the board meeting on October the 10th. So those are our immediate next steps. So now we will open it up for questions.
Thanks so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Questions, comments?
Do you
Yes.
have any, forgive me, I know I might have been in one meeting maybe, but do you have any youth on your equity team? No students?
We have students, yes. We have
Do you
student
have students?
representation, yes.
Okay.
In the
Yes.
focus group or in the equity task force?
The equity task force?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. And so the focus group created this policy, is that right?
The focus group is making the recommendations for the changes.
Gotcha, okay,
Yes.
but you do have youth on the equity, okay. Are they privy to this policy, the students?
The current policy is available for everybody, yes. So the
Okay.
recommendations, it's not released, of course, it's based
Right.
on your rec.
Right, okay, all right, thank you, that's all.
Sorry, Ms. Smith.
Hello. Excuse me. In true back-to-school fashion, one of my kids attempted to take me out with their school germs. But I'm on the mend, I promise. One, I want to thank you for your work, recognizing that this is not just something that's coming from CCPS, but we've worked to incorporate community members. We have administrators who are a part of this focus group and sort of presenting the policy. So definitely want to say thank you for all of your efforts. The question that I have is more so around the glossary. I appreciate that you all at the end have added references for us to sort of dig a little deeper and figure out sort of from whence some of this language came. But if you could just speak to sort of where some of the definitions came from, I think that'd be helpful.
You want me to go? Okay, I'll start. So our, Ms. Paul and I, we had a very deep conversation. And what we did is we started with looking at terms here at the local level. So we were replicating any terms or definitions or references in our strategic plan. Then we looked at MSD's state policy, and we looked at definitions and terms and connections to these particular terms that we've listed. And then we used that information. Then we went a little bit further, and we went to the national, went to NEA, and we looked at some of the educational policies across the United States. So we could look for some consistency. And to be quite honest, and Ms. Paul, please chime in, we found some areas where we had to really do some research and look at some studies that were nationally completed over the past 3 to 5 years that talked about some of these terms in reference to public education, pre-K through 12. And there were very few that we showed consistencies with some of these definitions. And what we decided as a department is we would look at some of the most current research regarding these terms and provide those references to the board. And again, this is a working document. And so as we move forward, we'll continue to look at some new research that's been released nationally and state level, because this is what we have at this point. So that's where the references came from. Ms. Powell, do you want to speak any more to that?
Yeah, I think when we were doing the research, it was very obvious that standardizing the words and what it really means, like what Ms. Small was saying, is more important than ever, because just in our research, there's so many variations of what it means. So we really had to dig deep, and we reached out to a couple of content specialists here and say, like, hey, what are the resources are you using? And that is available. If you would like a copy of where we found the definitions, we can give that to you as well. Yeah.
No, certainly would appreciate it, and definitely understand the interest in having common terms and being clear when we're using these terms specifically what we mean from a system-wide level. So definitely appreciate that. The second question and last question that I had was about the NE3 meetings that you were having kind of with other LEAs within Maryland. Just curious if anything sort of came from that sort of convening of other LEAs that informed this policy. Like, were you hearing other things in other places that you used to sort of sprinkle throughout this policy?
That's a really good question. So it's, you know, every time we meet, it's kind of like a brainstorm activity for all of us because we're all in different places. You know, I feel very blessed to work in Charles County. We have an equity policy in place, and we're constantly revisiting and we're making initiatives and projects to make sure we're ensuring equitable outcomes. And you know, I can't say that for other LEAs. You know, to be honest. So we try to branch and we try to, you know, bounce ideas off of each other. And in terms of this, that's a great idea to bring into the next phase for the feedback. I think, you know, taking that to the table. We have our next NE3 meeting tomorrow, and we have one on the next board meeting in October. So that's a great idea. We'll take that.
And I'd like to add, too, to what Ms. Paul was saying. She's exactly right. It also opened the door to support at MSDE with the Office of Teaching and Learning and talking with Lauren Holmes and her team that's doing equity work with all of the LEAs across the state to ask questions, you know, as a new department, as a new office, with the work that we've already done, how can we build on what you've already done? So it's opened up conversations in two buckets of work. One, they really want to hear a little bit more about what Charles County is doing and doing well in the work of equity, and we have shared, we have let them know, but we also have gleaned some recommendations from them in regards to the COMAR legislation, the statutes, and then seeing how we can dig a little bit deeper. So they're really watching Charles County, no pressure, but in a good way. They're excited. They knew about this board meeting today, and they've shared with Ms. Paul and I that they're looking forward to hearing the outcomes of this focus group and this work moving forward. So they're watching us.
Yes, Morley, please.
Thank you and good afternoon. I appreciate you all so much for this work. On a personal level, I was recently appointed to a diversity board, and so I'm taking every opportunity to learn and to soak up. So I sincerely appreciate what you are doing because I believe there's a lot of confusion, and some people have labeled equity as almost like a bad word. Yeah. You know, and it's very unfortunate. I think a lot of it, candidly, is just ignorance. Could you please explain the difference between equity and equality? So I think people confuse it a lot, and maybe help to, you know, assuage some fears that people may have around equity being something that will take from people, as I hear that all the time, unfortunately.
I'd like to open it up to the team.
Yeah.
To see if anybody would like to share the conversations that we've had around that particular.
And you said quality?
Equality.
Equality.
Yeah.
Confuse the two all the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about equity and equality, they're two different things because as you know, when we walk into a classroom, or we walk into any room, we have to make accommodations to make sure every student, every person has access. And when you give equal parts or equal education, as they may say it, that doesn't mean that each person in the room is going to be able to understand or glean the information that you're trying to present and you want them to learn. With equity, we are taking all of those things into consideration, and it's not equal parts for every person in the room. We have to meet people where they're at, and that's what equity is. Do you guys want?
No, that was perfect, because when we were talking, that's why we wanted to make sure that the glossary was there, because we wanted to give that definition, that working definition, that true justice for students and families or community is going to be equity. Just being equal and giving everybody the same amount of resources isn't doing enough for those that are historically marginalized, disenfranchised, and face many more barriers within our systems. That have existed for ages.
Yeah.
Not that we created, but like that they are there. They're systemic. They're ingrained. So to really fix that, we wanted to make sure to include that language.
All right, thank you.
I think Ms. Butler-Washington.
Thank you for this. This policy, I want to ask the question around the bias training. I know y'all have given it to 13 schools. Is there maybe you're going to revisit and go back and do some refresher biases? The reason I say that is one training of bias, it's right now, it's just not enough. And with the climate of what's going on in the world, people have to be, asked questions maybe they didn't understand before. And now that they see what's going on, they can come back and say, hey, I thought this, what do this mean? What do that mean? So what it does is it's just making them better. So when they are interacting with different, students that may not be of their race, they can understand the background behind. They can understand what is what. So I think that the bias training, that would be something great that you can go back and do a refresher, and also you can ask questions to them also.
So can I respond in 2 ways to that? Ms. Paul is leading district work with implicit bias training, has been since last year, since the department opened. I'm going to ask her to speak to that, and then I would like to answer it also from the lens of from the OSAL department with research we're doing for additional equity training for administrators.
Yeah, actually, Ms. Myers is one of our trainers is here as well, so I'd like for Ms. Myers to speak. Yeah, so that's it. That's a really good point, because it's not just, oh, I'm trained, I don't have any more biases. Obviously, that's not real. So yeah, so that's just the first phase, or first level of really realizing and having that self-awareness, having that self-reflection of what bias is. It has to do with your body language, how you show your face, what you're not saying. That's really what bias, can be a way of biases. So what we've asked schools to do is take it the next step further. That's a great point. I would love to be able to offer another refresher course, but we really wanted to tailor it to the school's needs. So for example, last year, one of the schools that had been trained the year before said, hey, we really want to do a book study on how to speak up against bias. So when I see interaction that's not appropriate and that's not fair, I want to know what I can say to speak up against it. So we helped one of the schools develop a PD based on a book study for that. And I do want to give a shout out to Steedham here, Mr. D'Ambrosio. He's also a school that's doing furthering the work in equity, and they're doing a book study this year because they were trained in bias last year. So I just want to give a shout out to the schools that are doing the work. I'm not sure if the standard one-size-fits all, like the equality training, it would be appropriate here, but that is a great idea, and I would love to explore that a little bit more.
The other piece, go ahead, Ms. Myers.
So, and as a trainer, a lot of the feedback that we get from the teachers, even from this year, especially working with the new teachers that came in, not only did they thank us, but they definitely did express, we want more. Like, how can you help us? We need something else. And that's the consistent feedback, even when we were doing our equity training. They always want more, and they always want follow-up, which I believe is how the implicit bias came about in the first place, was the follow-up to the equity.
Great segue. So
I know.
last thing, we did not plan that, but the great segue is, so we currently, this past year, we have a significant amount of qualitative and quantitative data both. We have metrics from all of our school principals, from the 13 schools our department worked with the PLTs, to our Culture and Climate community presentation at our Leadership Institute that mirror what Ms. Myers said. The school administration is asking, now what? Now what? What do we do with this, especially with the new administration coming on board? So our department is talking with a couple of local universities that the district already has MOUs with, and then we're also having conversations with ISA, who has been working with this district for years and years, and then we're also talking with a couple of other outside organizations that are interested in submitting an RFP for additional equity training for leaders. So we're researching that as we speak.
Okay, and then I would want to say, this policy, it would stop a lot of referrals. This is our first step in, just like Dr. Jones. So I can remember your name. See, I'm giving you a shout out. Jones has stated, when he gave us the presentation about the behavior, that, it's a 20%. And I look at this policy as that helping curve that 20%, because it's given this policy and what it does. This could be some of the things where the teachers, once they understand a student or their biases or whatever, they can reduce some of the referrals going to the school. And that would be a plus, because now that you understand what the child is going through and you understand a little bit more, that could be a plus for the school itself.
Exactly right.
Can I also say something?
Please.
I'm really excited that you asked the question as to what's next and how are we doing the things, because that was our question a lot also within the focus group. I love this policy and I love the language we're all using together, but what I would also love to see is the how. That I want to know how we are actually absorbing equity in all that we do, and how all the strategies we already have in place all over our sphere are in this, or that where people can find it easier to say, I know how we're doing implicit bias training. I know how equity is ingrained in pedagogy and training and hiring, and I know how equity is ingrained in grade level 2 reading and all of those things. So those are also important things to include, we believe, in this policy and in the language that we use, so that community knows how do we do the things rather than leave it to interpretation, or the worst idea that we aren't doing it at all. Right, so thank you for asking those questions.
And then
And
my
so-
last.
Oh, go ahead.
One more. And I just, and I just want to say that the policy that you put forth and the definitions behind it, that makes us all on one sync. No one can think differently. We don't have any discussion. You got it there. This is what it's supposed to be. So that means from all the way from administration all the way down to the parent understand exactly what is in detail in this policy. So I give it a kudos because simply it's helping us with the behavior, and I want to say that again, with the behavior referrals and things, you know, we're working on it as a school. So we want to make sure that everybody understands that we are working with it.
Yep.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we're gonna see this again. So just so everybody knows, public knows, this is an update to a policy that has been in existence for a few years. And the updates, I gotta say, when I saw the strikeouts, I'm like, my gosh, we spent a lot of time doing that, but I got it. You got it all in the glossary, and that's fine. And short and sweet is good. And I like what you did. And I particularly like, and I'll just say several of us, the first time we did this, we wanted some hooks in that were kind of like, we call them trigger points, so that if certain things weren't happening at schools, there'd be an automatic resource applied, and you kind of captured that in those bullets in the end there. So good on you for doing that. So we could talk about this some more, but we gotta keep things moving because we got a lot of stuff yet to do. But thank you all for your work. If you could stay, please, because we're gonna jump into Sylvia. Yeah.
On my face, Thank you. And, okay. Miss Call, don't leave.
What happened?
Have a seat. real quick.
Thank you, guys. Nice job.
Thank you.
Let's try to get.
Okay, one moment, 30 seconds. Okay, she wants us to.
Yeah.
Can I go check? Yes. See if she's here already. I'm going to turn that off. Chairperson Lucas, if you give me a moment.
No, please.
Turn that off and.
No, we wanted to get this done now because if we kept going, these folks are here at the time that they're supposed to be. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for coming
Yeah.
and your work.
Ms. Perkins is going to be reading the resolution, so this is her first big foray.
You need assistance?
What? Yeah. Here they come. Here comes your crew.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
4:30, so we made it right on time.
Oh my gosh, that's worth waiting for right there. Get him in the center. Have him move towards the center.
I don't think so.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
This way, this way.
Good job.
You're just so cute.
I'm gonna let you do it, you got it.
Yeah, after she goes.
Yeah.
We have a vibrant customer, so yes.
Okay. So whoever is gonna. Mom.
It's okay?
Somebody just
Okay.
Exactly what she said. Okay. Guys. Yeah.
Community outreach facilitator to introduce our students.
That's perfect.
Hi, hello everyone.
Hello.
Thank you for having me. Well, I'm here with these very nice students, and they are Alison Ochoa for Dr. Matt, first grade. Adaline Ochoa Mendoza, pre-K, Dr. Matt. Antonella Ochoa Serrano, 5th grade, Jennifer. Cataleya Ochoa Serrano, 1st grade, Jennifer. And from Judy Center, Catalina Ochoa Mendoza.
Oh, wow, that's fantastic. So before Ms. Perkins reads the resolution, just like to say, recognizing all groups of people in our county is so important. And Mr. Hancock and I were on the board that kicked this off, and it's that and Asian Pacific Heritage Month. So we look forward to recognize everyone that's a part of the fabric in our community. So thank you so much for being here. With that, Ms. Perkins has a few words.
Hispanic Heritage Month began as Hispanic Heritage Week in 1968, and in 1988 was expanded by President Ronald Reagan to cover a 30-day period. It was enacted into law of August 17, 1988. And September 15th through October 15th has been designated as Hispanic Heritage Month in the United States, and the theme for the year 2023 is building prosperous and healthy communities. The Board of Education recognized their contributes of our Hispanic students and their families throughout the history of throughout a rich culture that enhances the experience for all students and all educators who engage students in activities and projects that will broaden their perspectives of contributes of our Hispanic community. And the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes the outstanding contributes made by Hispanic and Latino Americans and celebrate their heritage and culture. And be it further that the Board of Education of Charles County endorses the recognition of September 15th through October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month, and be it further that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of September 12, 2023 board meeting. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 12th day of September 2023. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Treasurer, so much. Yeah.
And excuse me, we have one more child
Yes, you have
here,
to introduce the
and
lady in
is
blue.
okay. Let me introduce Yesenia De Paz, 2nd grade, Middleton.
So I'll get up and have a picture.
It's okay. Take that picture so you can. guys open. Awesome.
Let me check it where you are, so I don't get the table. Oh, one more. There we go.
All right,
I can go to Sylvia.
we're going to take a 10-minute break and come back.
Sylvia.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we're going to resume with the agenda. We're going to go back one spot. And Mr. Schwartz, if you would, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We're going to discuss the naming of schools facilities, policy 7230. This is coming back to the board later in this meeting as an action item. It's been presented twice before, once as an information item, once as a report item. The reason why we're bringing it forward at this time during the meeting, however, is because the committee that looked at the policy and made the initial recommendation to the board for changes re-met and had additional suggested changes to make. And so we're coming back because if we make any changes to what was before the board as an action item today, it would revert it back to a report item. So we're coming back at this time to talk about the changes that the committee has now recommended. There are two versions of the policy under this section on board docs. One is a shorter version of the long policy with the superintendent's suggested rules attached to that. Those are not the final superintendent's rules. It's just a suggestion of what the rules could cover. And then the second version has the information all in policy language itself. So I turn it back to the board chair.
Sure.
To see how you
Thank
want
you
to
very much.
proceed.
And so as Mr. Schwartz said, so the version, which is revision 8, has the shorter policy. And in our discussion when we visited this at our last meeting, from some board members was that the policy needed to be a bit more succinct. So this, and have a lot of the information that was presented as policy be contained in a superintendent rule. So that is what version 8 represents. And version 9, and actually it's also in version 8, but in the rule, version 9 has an update to how a new school would be named, because in the original presentation, it called out, it was more geared towards renaming a school, calling out principal and alumni and parents at the school. Well, obviously that can't exist for a new school. So the superintendent offered just a little bit of different language. And again, with, Mr. Hancock, Ms. Smith, and the superintendent and I met. And so what's in yellow, so the language there is, for instance, parents residing in the communities with proximity to where the facility is to be located. So it would be folks in that immediate geographical area, using a lot of the same words that had been presented originally, but just making that correction. So in fact, it could be something that's executable. So again, the version 8 is a shorter policy, a page and a half with information contained in the superintendent rule, and version 9 is just the same thing presented before, everything in policy but with the changes for how a new school would be named. So with that, I'll open it up to any more comments or questions that board members may have. Ms. Butler-Washington.
When you say superintendent rule, what is that? That's in yellow?
So so for many policies, the board has a policy and the superintendent has a rule which is the process by which that policy is enacted. So for version 8 of what's in board docs, the first 2 pages would be the policy. And the second 2 pages, and it's indicated up top, it says rules, and then it says all new language, and it's the same language that was in policy, but it's now in the superintendent rule. That was one of the things that we had discussed at the previous meeting. Hold on, there's a lot of.
The superintendent rule, I'm not saying Dr. Navarro don't know what she's doing, but if someone comes behind her, the board is the person that is in charge of this, right? So if a superintendent rule is in place, that's her. Nothing can go forth because of her rule. So I don't know where we said a superintendent rule, because we got to look at this. Maybe Dr. Navarro is not going to be here. Maybe somebody else is going to be here that might do something crazy. So.
Well, let's back up for a second. The rule is just, the policy is still what the board approves. And the way that not just this policy, but all policies are implemented, many of those are done by a superintendent rule. So it's the same language. It's the same language, except what's in yellow was just modified again to reflect subtle changes for naming a new school. Instead of saying that they would, the parents and the staff would be at that school, they're people that are in proximity to where the facility will be located. So it's all the same language. It's just contained in a superintendent rule. Ms. Smith, go ahead.
So I think this was in response to our previous conversation where we were discussing the length of the policy, for one, and then 2, the distinction between what the board has authority over versus what the superintendent has authority over. The board retains authority to initiate and direct the superintendent to begin the naming and renaming process. She will control, or the superintendent, I shouldn't say she, the superintendent will control the how. So the members from the community that will be gathered, who from her team will co-lead or lead that effort, that will be sort of in the superintendent's domain. But it remains in our domain to say, it's time for us to rename a particular school, or we're hearing from the community that it's time for us to rename a particular school, or we have a new school built, we need to begin the naming process. We direct the superintendent to begin the process.
Got it now. Superintendent rule through before
It's more, the rules is more of the procedures. The board is responsible. The board is the compass, the board is the what, and the superintendent is the how, is the clock watcher and the money counter about how to get things done.
Okay.
So, Ms. Morley.
All right, Chair Lucas, I move that we accept
So
version.
we're not,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
are we not able?
So we're not, if we're going to make changes to what's before the board as an action item later in the meeting, it would revert it back to a report item.
Oh,
So
okay.
there's no action for the board to take tonight, but I think what we would like to decide is what we were going to bring forward next meeting as the action item.
Correct.
And it looks like if the board, for example, wants to go with number 8, we would say then that would be the action item at the next board meeting.
Okay, so, because it's listed as an action item Yeah, for tonight, so.
So again, we sort of broke it into two. What's on the agenda later in the action items, that the board said at this point, no, we're going with the original version that we had last month before us. We can do that later as an action item. We can adopt that without any changes. That's what we're going with. It didn't sound like after last month's discussion, that was the intent of the board. And we met as the committee and came back with additional recommendations, which we're discussing at this point in the meeting. So it sounds like if we're going to go with either of those recommendations, or some other version or combination of them, that changes our last board meeting action item to a report item tonight. And so we're not going to take any action, final action, we're just going to move it forward for the action at the next board meeting.
Okay.
So if we decide to do that, then later in the meeting when we come to the action item, we're deleting that from the agenda. We've already decided not to move forward with
Okay,
that.
gotcha. So anything other than the one that we discussed last month?
Last month,
Okay.
correct.
All right, just wanted to clarify, because I thought everyone had had an opportunity. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. All right, well, while I have the floor, just my personal preference, I appreciate you all again. Thank you for circling back with us. I very much think that version 8 meets the needs that we addressed. It's concise, it's shorter, it separates the policy from the superintendent's rule, which again, the superintendent can adopt her own language. This is just more of our suggestion for how that rule should look. So that would be my preference. Thank you.
Ms. Smith?
I too support that preference, but just wanted to clarify, so it seems like we are prohibited from moving forward tonight with the new version that we've all reviewed.
Correct. Because it hasn't gone through the 3-step process. This would only be the second step, actually, because we're amending what we brought forward as the action item from last board meeting, if that makes sense.
So we're back to step 2 now.
So we're back to step 2.
Okay.
That was my confusion as well.
Right.
Yeah.
It can get a little confusing. It can get a little confusing, but the purpose of having 3 board meetings is to allow the public to have input, and the public hasn't had a chance to have input into this policy yet. So at tonight's board meeting in public forum, or at the next board meeting in public forum, they can have their input before the board decides on final action on the policy. So that's the intent of reverting it back to a report item tonight, to give the public a chance to have their own say.
And that's
Appreciate the clarification.
And that's the process for any policy.
Right.
It's not just this policy, it's a process.
Understood.
for
No,
any
thank you
policy.
for the clarification, Chairman. I think we assumed that we had read it and we were ready to move forward, but, okay, one more meeting.
The we part is right. The public part was the one that we have to always entertain and be mindful of. Ms. Creamer?
So I just want to concur with Vice Chair Ms. Morley and Ms. Smith that I think version 8 encompasses the compromise sort of that we discussed at length at our last meeting. And just want to thank everyone again, Mr. Hancock and Ms. Smith and Mr. Schwartz and Dr. Navarro and Mr. Lucas that helped with helping draft this second set of versions so that we can move forward. So I'm just looking forward to taking action on this at the next meeting. So thank you.
Ms. Butler-Washington?
Thank you. Now that I got that cleared away, thank you for making it shorter, straightforward. It looks good. So I too also concur with number 8. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Wanted to be sure I was recognized. This is not like last meeting. Was recognizing myself. Can this go forward at a work session?
Yes, it can.
Yeah.
As long as there's a chance for public input, and we have public comment at every work session, so
Yeah.
technically we can have an adoption at the September work session if that's the will of the board.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other comments? If not, okay. I have one thing, and I've read this, and I'm going to look to you, Ms. Smith, and ask you to walk, because when I read it, I get 2 different interpretations, and so take version 8, adopt it as is. So what would happen in your mind? What would be a next step for the board if the board wished to change the name of a school?
Are you referencing the initiate piece?
Yes, because when I read it the first time, I was taken back a little bit. Then I read it again, and I thought, oh, well, I think I see the process. But then I read it again, and I'm purposely not saying too much because I want to hear it from you to reconcile my own thoughts.
So if we're talking about, one, there are two ways in which you can come before the board. One would be from the community at large, saying that we have an issue with the school, a present naming of a school.
Okay.
The board would then, of course, consider it. We would then direct the superintendent to initiate the process, which more than likely starts with the cost analysis. How much would it cost to engage in this process? And then it would move forward. If it happens in which we have to initiate, which I see being very far and few, but like it would not happen as frequently as I'm thinking you believe it would. If it does happen that we have a school that does not meet the fabric of who we are as Charles County, and we as a board have decided that the school name needs to be to change, we would follow the same process in which we would just direct the superintendent to begin to initiate the process of renaming.
Okay, so I think what I'm thrown for a little bit is when it says the board may initiate,
Mm-hmm.
that's absent of any input or any measurable criteria, apart from the two policies that are pointed out in the beginning. Because when I read further, in that same paragraph where it says renaming school facilities, prior to deciding whether to rename a school currently named after a person, the board shall also consider, and it lists those things. Okay, and so what I didn't hear you say, and maybe it's just inferred, it doesn't seem like there's any consideration other than how the board as a whole feels. And this is the part where I'm a little conflicted. You know, what's the criteria there? And if you said, if the paragraph under renaming schools started off by saying the board will provide to all schools the process to rename, blah, 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 I'd be good. We let everybody know how this is done. But it just seems to me the board is making a decision without taking in, you know, all these things right here, unless I'm not interpreting that correctly.
And what do you mean by the board wouldn't take into consideration the things that you pointed to? I'm trying to scroll to where you were pointing to see.
So
exactly
under
what you meant.
renaming school facilities.
Mm-hmm.
So when I asked you how the process would work, you said, well, if it comes from the community, cut and dry, no problem with that. But then you say the board may initiate. Well, what's the criteria for that initiation?
So I think it's, I know Ms. Butler-Washington, you want to jump in and just let me finish my point real quick. So at the very beginning of the document, it talks about the ideals, core values, and commitments expressed by board policies, sort of who we are as a county. If the determination is that a school does not meet those, the name of the school, not the school itself, but the name of the school, does not meet the ideals, the core values, or the commitments expressed, the change could be initiated.
So
that doesn't mean that, just to quickly, the bullet points that you pointed to in terms of the degree to which the use of the name affirms the school's educational mission, the school's community values, and the board's core values, the context of the individual's life related to the historical era in which the person lived, the individual's legacy and significant contributions to Charles County, the state, or the nation, and the reason, if known by the name, why the name was originally chosen, which are all criteria for what the board would use to consider a new name.
Done. So this is, and I think you said what I personally wanted to hear, because when I read this, to me, all those things that you just talked about, those only came into play when right, the last sentence of the first paragraph. The board may also consider renaming a school or facility if the board determines through petition, through public demonstration, et cetera, prior to deciding whether to rename a school. So if I'm hearing you correctly, all those things in those bullet items are discussed before the board initiates renaming a school. And this is where I'm conflicted, because it
Yeah, I'm
seems
trying
to
to
me
think through your
there's a greater onus, because it says, prior to deciding whether to rename a school currently named after a person, the board shall also consider, boom, all those things. The way this is written, literally the order of stuff, it seems that those things only apply if it comes from the community at large or from a school, but does not apply to the board. And that's where I struggle. And I said, when I read it the first couple times, to me, it was like, well, the board, absent of anything, can just do it. And then I read it again, and I said, oh, well, no, maybe it's these bullets here, but I'm not hearing that. So I'm just looking, either way, I'm just trying to understand the criteria that the board would use. And if it's those things, and if it's those things, fine. Or if the board, as I said, in number 1 under renaming school facilities, the board may initiate or consider requests. If it said the board will provide to all schools the process to rename, then I'm good with that, because then the board just doesn't have any bias. They're providing all the schools this information. You want to rename your school, go have at it. So I'm just trying to understand, that's all, how you would think the process would play out for the board to initiate.
And I think we are aligned up until the point, so I'm fine with any school being provided the policy for the renaming process. I think, community members, everyone should have the process and the policy as well. I think where we begin to diverge is if a community says, no, we're fine with the name that we have. While the school is in the community, the school is of Charles County Public Schools. While the school is in that local area, it also belongs to the community as a whole. And again, similar to how every school has to meet the grading policy, every school has to meet the GPA standards for sports, every school has to meet our new, clothing policy? Dress code, thank you so much. Dress code. No one school can say, well, that doesn't necessarily work for us. We're going to opt out of it and do something different.
So, and that's a good analogy. And what I would say to that, take the dress code, for instance. If the dress code said a student will not wear clothing that's offensive,
and it does say that?
That'd be pretty hard to enforce, all right? Because of what's offensive. Can a student come to school without a shirt on? The answer is no. Can a student come to school wearing flip-flops and participate in gym? And the answer is no, because the dress policy specifically calls those things out, okay? That lack of specificity in the board saying you're going to change your name is what troubles me. And what I still haven't heard is that, no, the board is going to consider these things in the bullets before it initiates that. Because I don't think any body of people or any one person should have that type of unilateral power without any checks and balance. And that's where I have an issue.
You want to keep
Yeah, Ms.
going back
Butler
to-
Washington, and then Mr. Hancock.
The way I understand when I read this is that these 4 bullets applies to us also, because every policy I know, you can't expect the community to do something that we're not going to do. So these 4 bullets will also have to apply to us, because when we bring it to the board, you're going to ask me those same questions. I'm going to have an answer to it. And plus, I got to get a 6 or 5 votes before it can even be heard to direct the superintendent to say it. So when I read it, I automatically knew I had to follow these things too. The community have to follow it, I have to follow it, because I am one person asking the board. I'm not the board, I'm one person of the board asking a question. So I have to follow the same rules that the community follows. That's how I read it.
Thank you, Ms. Butler-Washington. Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Chairman. And as mentioned in the last meeting and during our committee discussions, this is also some language that I've had some issues with. And it's just those 4 words, the board may initiate. That's something that I've really wrestled with. And it's almost to the point, those words may mean that I can't support this. I believe we're here to listen to our community and make decisions based on what our community wants. And I trust this board to do what is right, and this language does not bother me with this board, much as superintendent's rules have been talked about with future superintendents. I don't know what future boards would do with this. I personally really would like to see the language changed. Just that piece, just out of the whole thing, just that, to be more reflective of what the input coming from the school or the school community. And that's just my personal opinion on that.
Ms. Smith and then Ms. Morley.
So noted, Mr. Hancock, and you have been firm in terms of the last time we met as a board and when we met as a committee right after the board meeting in terms of the term initiate. And I do agree with you that we most certainly should listen to our constituents. I also believe that we were voted into these positions to make the hard decisions and to make the tough calls. And sometimes that means that we may have to go against the few to do what is right in the sense of the whole, in terms of the entirety of the county. Excuse me, I'm running out of steam. But to your question, Mr. Lucas, in terms of the bullet points that are here, in terms of renaming versus naming, like would we be held as a board if we were to initiate, would we be held to these bullet points as well? And I believe we would. But that doesn't mean that we wouldn't also reserve the right to initiate the process if a school does not meet the core values.
Ms. Morley.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. And as I said at the last meeting, I'm reiterating why I'm okay with the board may initiate language is, to Ms. Smith's point, we were elected to represent, by district, yes, but all of Charles County. And what, for me, and, for probably all of us, started this entire discussion was Mr. Barber raising the issue about schools being named after people that have owned other people. And I don't see how that sits well with our core values as members of this community. And so for me, that's why I would be okay with the board initiating on it, not just we don't like the name of a school for whatever reason, but if there's some underlying fundamental issue with the person the school was named for. And I don't see how the board could have a policy for naming or renaming and then violate said policy in the process. So to me, it was assumed and automatic that of course we would follow whatever's outlined here, and we would have these discussions, have community input, consider these things before we were to move to act. So I read it just on its face as this is applicable to anyone considering this, whether it comes from the community or is initiated by the board. And to Ms. Smith's point, I don't see this being something that the board is just gonna, as we say in the law, sua sponte on our own, change every name, all 39, 40, whatever schools in CCPS, if that answers your question.
Partly it does, thank you. It's, I didn't, again, when I asked Ms. Smith, I wasn't getting the resounding, yeah, we're gonna follow these 4 bullet points. But, to your point, I think if the board is, and jump in if I'm wrong, but this all came about because of one point, and to me, if there was a policy addressing that would be much more direct and succinct and something that I could certainly support. But this, and not that I won't support this, but it seems like this one issue that was brought forth by folks is what's driving the entire policy, and yet then the policy would give carte blanche to the board to potentially do a lot of things. So we're gonna have Ms. Warren.
Yeah, real quick, I want to say too that I do like draft 8. I agree with this version, and I think that based on what Ms. Smith has stated, to your last statement, we're more so focused, while there was an issue that a community member brought up, I think focusing on the core values of the school system is what brings it all together. I think that's the main crust of renaming a school. I think that's a good foundation to renaming a school, just based on our core values of the school and things like that. So I think if we just kind of keep the main thing, that'll kind of just make sense and kind of make it easier for us to all get on one page. Because I don't think we should focus on so much the why or who said what, but I think I like the fact that the renaming has to deal with the core values of this county and the school system. So that's it.
Point. Ms. Smith.
So briefly, yes, ditto to Ms. Warren's points about the sort of core values bringing it all together. And while it was a community member sort of last administration, it wasn't even under our tenure, it was the last board's tenure that raised the concerns about the school in which his kids attended and sort of what the history was behind that name. We have to recognize that we're not making policy for the moment. We're making policy for in perpetuity, meaning that while we may have several schools that have the issue with being named after those who owned others, we may also have schools that are named after, that have offensive Native American names. I'm not Indigenous, so I don't necessarily know whether or not that's truly offensive, but being able to open it up and explore fully, I think is why we should leave the policy open. It shouldn't be just focused on the institution of slavery and the current names that we have. It should be open to, if you do not fit the core values of the school system, then you should not have the distinct honor of having your name on one of our buildings.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kramer?
Thank you, Chairman. So first, I just wanted to just kind of give my interpretation of the bullets that you were referencing. And I know you keep saying that you were having a difficult time, Mr. Lucas, with that. And so I also read it sort of the way Ms. Morley said, like literally, prior to deciding whether to rename a school currently named after a person, the board shall also consider. So to me, that says the board will consider these things. So, I didn't have any issue with that. And, to Ms. Smith's point and Ms. Warren, I'm okay as well with the board being able to initiate for those reasons that we are here, as Ms. Smith said, we're elected by the people to represent everyone in our community. And if we feel like as a board, and as what Ms. Butler Washington said, it wouldn't just be one board member. We would need a majority vote. If the board decides that a particular school, for whatever reason, and not just solely related to people owning other people, as Ms. Smith said, but if for any reason the school name did not align with Charles County Public Schools' core values, then we should not take action on that. And so that's how I interpret it, and that's why I'm okay with the language the way it's written.
So if it pleases the board, and it could still come back at the next board meeting to be voted on, could that sentence under renaming schools just be changed a little bit so it clearly identifies that the board has to take those 4 bullet items into account before initiating?
Mr. Lucas, where it says shall, that means that we must.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, and I'm sorry to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but again, the very first sentence, it says the board may initiate or consider a request to rename an existing school facility at its discretion.
Mm-hmm.
Then it says the board may consider renaming a school or facility at any time
Mm-hmm.
if the current name of the school or facility conflicts with the current board policies, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
End sentence, next sentence. The board may also consider renaming a school or facility if the board determines through petition, through public demonstration, or in some other manner that there is significant community interest to do so. The decision to rename a school shall be made independently of and prior to the decision on what the new name will be. Prior to deciding whether to rename a school currently named after a person, the board shall also consider, and it lists that point. So again, I associated that with coming through petition, through public demonstration, or in some other manner. Okay? If you're telling me that all those things apply to initiate, is that, you got a nod up and down from anybody?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it says, it shall consider. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Because again, maybe it's just because that was the very first thing, that saying that board may initiate. I'm sorry, did you have something else to say?
Let Ms. Bowen
Yeah,
Washington
I'm sorry, Ms. Bowen Washington.
I was gonna say, the same thing as, the rest of my colleagues said. When you're reading this, the clue is shall also consider. That means all of us. No one is separate. It's everybody must consider this before anything get changed. And secondly, the person that came to say this, I think at the last, before we got elected, I think the NAACP came and talked to y'all about this also. So I'm just looking at it as perspective. If we just keep it on the core and don't worry about nothing else, just the core. We know what Charles County Public School represent. We know what we want to make sure that it represent. We will be able to get through this without any problem. Just listen to the core. Just everything else go out the door. It's just the core. Just the core of what we're trying to do. And I think that's the better decision that we all can make. And we just make sure that we put the students first, the schools first, and we don't have to worry about anything else.
Yeah, thank you. All right, anything else? Okay. So we'll clean this up and we'll present it again.
One question. To Ms. Smith's point about possibly discussing this at the work session rather than the next board meeting, can we put that on the table? Because we've been discussing this now for a few months.
Well, I mean, we'll get to it. Just I want to make sure we have everybody present that we need to, that's all. It'll come before the board.
It's coming next month?
Yeah, see,
when is the next?
Yeah, I have a little heartburn about that, Mr. Lucas. I'd like a little more specificity. Like, are we proposing to then change this again, which would then require further notice? Because if we have it now and the public can speak on it this evening, and then again, prior to the vote, at the work session. I guess my question is, why are we pushing it into the October board meeting?
Who said we weren't?
Well, I mean, because I just asked the question about the work session, and you said, well, we'll get to it. So I'm just trying to, narrow the focus.
Again, there was a lot of work to put in to make sure that this happened today after the last work session, okay? I could have said, no, we'll look at it at the work session at the end of the month, okay? So I'd appreciate not being pressured, and we've taken a lot of strides to get this forward. We'll get a clean copy and we'll get it before the board, and we'll treat it like anything else. Okay. Ms. Smith.
I just want to be clear about what we're moving forward.
We're gonna, version 8.
Version 8, the way in which it's presently presented.
That seems to be what the board wants, yes.
I'm just making sure it's what
Yeah.
I think I heard loud and clear what the board wants. So I just want to make sure that that's what's happening.
Yes.
All right. So is there a motion that's needed for the present language to ensure that we're able to address it at the next work session?
I don't think so, but Mr. Schwartz.
A motion is not needed if we have consensus of the board. It sounds like we do. I haven't heard any objection. So we would have version 8 coming forward to the board at a future meeting, whenever that is
The next work
decided,
session, yes.
as an action item with no changes. If there are any substantive changes made at that meeting, then it reverts that again back to a report item and it has to be delayed again to a following meeting. If the board votes up or down at the next meeting on version 8, which sounds like that's what the plan is, then that is the final action the board will take.
Correct.
All right.
Ms.
So
Butler.
we're voting on this next meeting?
Correct.
Okay.
Next meeting or next work session? Just to clarify, are you thinking next meeting, like literally next time we meet?
Yeah, next time we meet.
Which is the end of this month?
I-
That's what I was trying to
I
clarify.
don't see a reason why we wouldn't, but,
Okay.
but, you know, for anything that's brought before the board, not just this,
Mhm.
okay? I'm never gonna say, yes, that's 100% gonna be in the agenda. I've never done that, so I'm not gonna start now, just because it's this particular thing.
Mhm.
So, again, it didn't have to be here tonight, and it's here tonight, so.
Yeah, hold on a second. Whoa.
I just want to be very clear
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
make sure that
Mhm.
the language that we're speaking is very correct. Okay, this thing, that's not good. And we just asking if it's gonna be next board meeting, because usually when it's something that comes up and we say at next board meeting, you say yes or no.
Yes.
But you're saying, it's like, to me, you're hesitating about if it's
No.
gonna come, if it's not coming.
If
We
it,
just want to get it out because it's been waiting for so long, and I know you see the chatter, people asking where's this thing and everything, they emailing you, when is this coming, I'm over it. Just let's
Yeah.
move on with this thing so we can do something else, perspective for our students and what we're supposed to do. I just don't want to hinder this thing and just say, next board meeting. When someone asks me, I can say, we're doing it next board meeting, period.
well,
That's it.
And just to clarify, for my own edification, it's my understanding any board member can bring something on the agenda. So that's what I'm trying to understand, if there's consensus among the board for us to discuss this at the work session. If there's not, I'm okay with that. But I'm
Yeah.
just trying to get a sense of,
again,
you know,
I
what
see
we're
no-
all trying to do.
I see no reason
Yeah.
why it won't be on the work session. But
Okay.
Don't, I respectfully ask to not pin me in a corner for anything, not, you know, not just because it's this policy that we're trying to modify.
Right, no, I'm not trying to pin you in a corner, I'm
Yeah.
just trying to say
Well,
that.
that kinda sounds
know-
like you are,
No,
so-
no, well, I mean, because we collectively can raise something on the agenda. So I just want to make that clear as well. Like, I understand
Exactly.
your position, but if any of us brings it, then we, you know, can vote on it at that time. So that's the point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
If it's something that the board has already agreed to, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to find out.
I think Mr. Schwartz is done.
Which is why I was asking who the
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Schwartz is saying that the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you.
No, but it should be to make sure it's on the next.
Yeah. But he was saying not yet because the public hasn't had a chance.
But to make sure it's we're voting.
All right, next on the agenda is any unfinished business. Yeah, seeing none. Any new business? Seeing none. Any future agenda items? Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to, so throughout the end of the summer, I had a lot of concerns from community members about some of the books that were in the summer reading specifically for high school students, and the content matter that was in them, and had several parents that were concerned. There's some books that the students are reading that are very, 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 very sexual in nature. My own son was reading a book that really wasn't sexual in nature. It was heavy into drugs and culture of prison. Is there a way that we can put on the agenda of how those books are reviewed? And now every parent I talk to, including myself, we're not proposing banning books, but the parents would like some input on, you know, or at least a warning of, hey, this is what your kid's going to be reading, and none of us really got that. So to make a long story short, is there a way to put it on the agenda that the process on how those books are selected is brought before the board at some point?
And this was, just to be clear, was a required reading?
Required summer reading,
All right.
correct.
I'll turn to the superintendent.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
we can
yeah.
absolutely do that.
Thank you, and that's all that I or any of the community members are curious is to the process. And then as we go through that process, I would have some questions on parental input. So. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay. I'm sorry. Ms. Butler Washington.
Okay. Mr. Hancock, I definitely understand that, but when they say required reading, I don't want this to get taken out of context, but it sounds like the same thing that I heard when the beginning of book banning. The beginning of book banning. So I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm saying that's how some of the talk began, and then it got into the board meetings, and then you had a whole crowd of people out here talking about, take this book, take this book, take this book. I just don't want it to get to that level, because I know when the teachers used to tell my sons this is required reading, it's over summer, I don't have to let them read it. We just gonna have summer, and it was up to me if I wanted to let them to read it. So I'm taking of the same magnitude that the parents have the right to say yes or no, their child can read this, because some of the people that you talk to might have an issue. Other parents might not have an issue with them reading this material. So I just think we just need to, before we start agreeing to stuff like this, just to keep it in context and just think about, the parents have the right. We kind of forget that sometimes. The parent has the right if your child reads something or not read something.
So I think it's a good discussion to have when it's brought forth from the superintendent. So
Yes.
we're on future agenda items right now.
Yep, and that's all I'm asking, is that it be for a future agenda item. Thank you.
Yeah. Just 1 second. Ms. Smith.
I just wanted to know the process. Thank you. I just wanted to know the process for bringing forward new agenda items, because I do believe in the past, when Ms. Butler Washington has tried to introduce agenda items, there was let's get a quick whip around to see if there's interest from the board
Correct.
in bringing that forward. Is that the process, or have we changed the process to just
I think
introduce new items?
The board should be a general, hey, yeah, that sounds like a good thing. Why would we bring something forward if only one person wanted to be entertained by it?
But you didn't ask none of us about the book ban.
So that is very true. I kind of looked around, and I should have done that, but I kind of looked around and I didn't see any disagreement. But if the board wishes not to do that, then we won't. But, to correct you, it wasn't book banning.
Okay, all right, I have a flashback, okay.
I am not talking about book banning.
So the request was
Want to look at the policy.
the process for required reading. So, does anyone have an issue with that?
Just a clarification, because the superintendent sets the curriculum. So what exactly are we attempting to direct the superintendent to do?
So actually, the board sets a curriculum.
Well, in the past, we've said that the superintendent, because that's part of the how. So I'm trying to get clarification for myself as well.
I guess I don't understand the question. I don't. Wait a second, Ms. Creamer.
So I think if I know what Ms. Morley is asking, so I know that the board reviews and approves, I guess, the curriculum, but it's selected and looked at by the content review experts. Would that be accurate, Dr. Navarro? And then it comes before the board ultimately to say yay or nay, but it's selected and reviewed by the content experts from each content area. Is that not accurate?
Yeah, and we do have a process for not just summer reading list, but the reading list tied to classes, English classes for the most part. We get questions every year. Frankly, we get questions every year from families that said, I'd like to know more about your process for selecting certain books. I understand currently the heightened interest, but since I've been in central office, we've had discussions with families about why this book, for a whole bunch of reasons. And so we do have a process in place of how we make that decision.
Ms. Morley.
I think that clarified my point, because I know in the past, using Ms. Butler Washington as an example, with the literacy piece, we were told specifically that that is a superintendent, decision or action or what have you. So thank you for clarifying that, because that was for my information as well. As I just, in general, want to make sure that whatever we're doing consistently, and not because people have strong feelings one way or the other. So, thank you.
Ms. Moore.
Piggybacking off of what Ms. Smith said and a couple others, just the basics of asking about new agenda items. I know we, maybe just about every meeting, we have at least 1 or 2 new agenda items that are, shared. What is the process for addressing already the ones that we previously mentioned in the other meetings? Like, is there an order? What is that process?
Yeah, so they're laid out through the end of the school year. Literally, so everything that the board has brought up as wanting to have as an agenda item, it's laid out, and I think we're at a point now. I think that's one of the things we can throw up on our new share drive.
So we have addressed some of the old items.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And the ones that haven't been addressed are scheduled to, again, throughout the entire year. Before I forget, student in the back, you had a question?
Oh.
Or we went past what you wanted to talk about.
Clarification, we are talking about the process of reviewing how we have books implemented in the school system. That's like what you were proposing, Mr. Hancock?
Yeah, speak up just a little bit.
So we were, Mr. Hancock was proposing the way we look at how we implement books in the school system, like changing that system.
So no, I don't want to change it. I want us as a board to be presented with how that process currently works. That's all I'm saying. I'm not suggesting anything further than that. I just think we as a board personally have gotten several questions, specifically the end of this summer, and I think that a presentation from staff on how that process works would be beneficial. I am in no way suggesting the banning of books. I'll say that again. I just want to know how the process works. That's it.
Yeah, I'm okay with the process.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Goodness gracious.
Okay. Ms. Creamer.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know, forgive me, because I'm still trying to figure all this out, but we're on future agenda items, correct?
Correct.
So I know we previously talked about, hosting additional town halls this school year. So would a future agenda item be to, discuss topics for the town halls, or is that just something that we would discuss as a board and present to the public? How would we decide on the topics for future, for town halls?
Now,
That could be a future agenda
that
item?
can be future, if the board wishes, that can be a future agenda item.
Because I had some ideas, and I'm sure my board members, my colleagues do as well. So if we could add that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. No objections. Ms. Morley?
And forgive me, Mr. Lucas, I'm not sure if this is already, I was trying to pull the document up, but I lost my connection. The school transfer policy, is that already on the future agenda items? Okay. All right, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for a public comment. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're at the public comment portion of our meeting. Mr. Schwartz?
I will read the rules for public forum. Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief, to the point, and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. When appropriate, CCPS staff may address the speaker's concerns directly. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations: personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. Our first speaker this evening is Derek Terry.
I don't see Mr. Terry.
Was he outside?
Mr. Joseph. Our second speaker is Carlos Childs.
Thank you all. Yes, I'm here to speak about the youth engagement advocate that you all are discussing about allowing them to be able to search students. Thank you for bringing, I guess, this policy up, but it's a few things that I would love for you all to look at when deciding on this policy. One, within it, having a mechanism that, well, one, parents have to give consent to have these searches. But if you all are not going to do that, at least notifying the parents before you just go ahead and say, yeah, you can do this search, notifying them after the search, and let them know what the findings of this search is. Because what you could have a situation is you have a lot of teachers who may look at Black, brown, low-income students and say, because you're wearing a hoodie, I feel like you could possess a problem. Because your hair is in braids, I feel like you could possess a problem. You've seen people say, physical features, or just anything to have their own implicit bias on why they feel that a student deserves to be searched. And I don't even know if this is on or not, but if you have a situation where parents are not allowed to, one, advocate for their child themselves and say, hey, I'm not comfortable with you all searching my child unless I'm there. Or I'm not comfortable at all with you all searching my child. I want to be there. If there's a problem, I'll talk to my child about it and we'll figure out together. What this can also look like is trying to circumvent any type of consent that an SRO may need before they search children, before they interrogate children, and things of that nature as well. I just always like to ask people to reflect on whether it be themselves or their children, how they would feel if their child came home and told them, hey, I got searched by the principal, vice principal, youth engagement advocate, and they didn't find anything, but they thought that I possessed a problem, that I was a problem or had something on me that was dangerous to the school or my other students, and the trauma that can cause that child, the anger that the family may feel to where they're coming up to the school saying, why didn't nobody tell me? Why am I, the parent, not notified that my child could pose a threat or is going to be searched, but you all are searching my child, not telling me afterwards? And if you find nothing happened, are we just going to turn to that child and say, all right, cool, go back to class, you're fine, and deal with that trauma that you could be carrying? I just think it's something that I hope all of you all look at when you go to vote on this, when you have the open dialogue of it, and not just look at it from a perspective of policing students, look at it from a perspective of how students may personally be affected and the rights that parents have to know what's going on before it happens, after it happens, and everywhere in between. I don't know how much time I have left because I don't see a little timer here. 10 seconds? Oh, okay, great. So yes, personally, I would say vote no on this policy. But if you all cannot come to doing that, at least heavily amend the policy so parents know what's going on beforehand, know the findings afterwards, and are able to, if not give consent, say, no, I want to be there in person before this happens as well. Or as Daughtery said, make it so the parent is that third-party person so that they have to be there.
Mr. Childs. Thank you.
Oh, that was my 3 minutes? Cool. Thank you all.
That was our last speaker that signed in. We had somebody who arrived late, but that was our last speaker to sign in.
Are you? So we're done?
That was our last speaker that signed in.
Thank you. Okay. So we're going to go on. And now we have correspondence from board members. Anything? Start of the school year. I know everyone's got something. Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Morley.
Okay. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. And yes, welcome back to a new school year, 23-24. Just sidebar, it's been the fastest summer on record. My God. Seemed like the summer was 2 weeks long. So I have to give a very special shout out. The first day of school, I visited several schools, including Pasota, Dr. Brown, Eva Turner, John Hanson, and the Gwynn Center. I also spoke separately with Principal Watley about how she's managing her new position at Smallwood. So it was an incredible experience to visit that many schools. It was a lot, but I intentionally took the day and visited different parts of the county and spoke to different people and students and some parents, just anyone that I ran into, not only just to offer an encouraging word and to welcome them back, but just to be open about any concerns that they may have. Even as school started, some people had concerns. Luckily, I didn't hear anything too serious, but to that note, I want to reiterate again, as I've said before, you can speak to any board member. We're all accessible. We're not, suggesting that you jump the chain of command. If possible, try to work things out with your teacher, with your principal, et cetera. But know that we're all accessible. You can speak to us. Many people have, and we share those concerns. And obviously, it's not something that we personally can resolve, but we can ensure that you do get a response. So let me just say that if anyone was unclear. I also attended the new teacher orientation, which was fantastic. It was a joy to welcome the new teachers and to feel their excitement. That considerably helped energize me for the start of the school year. Also, I visited Davis Community Day, La Plata Kent Avenue Block Party, Youth Shark Tank. Our students are incredible. I enjoyed that event so much. We have some very, very talented entrepreneurs. Dr. Navarro was one of the judges. I think you all made some tough but correct decisions. And also thank you to the EACC and AFSCME for the joint event at the Blue Crabs. It was fantastic, and I really enjoyed bringing my family. My kids got a real kick out of that. Shout out to our summer graduates. I know you all may have addressed this, but I wasn't here at the August meeting, so congratulations. I'm proud of you all. Also, I attended the Historic Helpers 120th anniversary. That was really, really nice. And we had some ribbon cuttings, PASOTA and the Early Childhood Learning Center. So that was fantastic. I love those types of moments because it's the culmination of so much work and time and effort. And we're just expecting so many great things from all of them. So thank you for that. And shout out to our international teachers, Dubai, India, Nigeria, Ghana. I know I'm missing some countries. Really enjoyed the international teacher reception. They are such a delight and so thrilled and excited and energized and much needed math teachers. That was that was fantastic. Also, shout out to CSM, the CSM Foundation, and the JC's Foundation. Several of us attended their scholarship award ceremony for new and returning CSM students, and they are also doing some amazing things. And speaking of CSM, my daughter is now officially classified as a sophomore after graduating a few months ago because of her credits at CSM. So yes, if you haven't, please take full advantage. Like, save some much hard earned money. And she was just thrilled. I was like, I told you it was going to happen. I was like, you got great grades. You took some solid classes. Of course you're going to be a sophomore. Reminder that the D1 vacancy closes, I believe, this Friday on the 15th, and also that the fair begins this Thursday. Thank you.
Ms. Kramer.
Thank you, Chairman. So yeah, summer went by super fast. I agree with Ms. Morley, but you all know I said at the last meeting I was looking forward to school starting back, and I know I'm an alien, but I like the start of school, and fall is my favorite season, so that's why I really look forward to it, and I enjoy the routine. You know, it's nice at first to get a break in June. You know, everybody can kind of just do whatever. You don't have to get up and, rush to school, lunches, all that stuff, but after a few weeks and do a vacation or two, I'm done. I'm ready to go back. So this is my jam, so I like fall. So with that, I got to attend a lot of the same events that my colleagues did, back to school events, got to participate with a couple of my colleagues, Ms. Smith and Ms. Morley, in some supply distribution drives to help families in the community, partnering with some local nonprofits, local businesses. Collaboration really is key in order to help our community, our students, and our families. So really enjoyed that. Just want to remind everybody too about your not orientations now, but back to school nights for your kids' schools. So everything is posted on the CCBOE website. So just make sure you check. It's really nicely organized. You got elementary first, then middle, then high school. So wherever your kids fall, make sure you look at that and try to attend those because they're really informative, and it helps with, building those relationships, starting to build those relationships with your kids' teachers, administration, just learning who's in the building, and so that they know who you are and who your child is, so that you can have those relationships and open that dialogue. And like Ms. Morley was saying, if there's an issue, you can start there. And it starts with building those relationships and you all getting to know each other. So definitely take advantage of that. I also got to attend a couple open houses myself. JP Ryan last week invited me, and that was great. They always do a great job engaging their community. They had over 400 RSVPs, which I heard was a record for the school. So that's excellent for the new principal, Mr. Adam. Attended a couple of community events at Westlake. I attended their back to school night. It was great. They had food trucks and a DJ for the kids. I mean, it was a great time. So really enjoyed seeing the schools and the communities engage. I went to the La Plata block party too with Miss Morley. We kind of followed each other around that day. Yeah. We pretty much went to all the same places to use Shark Tank. Shout out to the winners. I believe it was, I don't remember the kids' names, but I remember their businesses. So Prissy Athletics was the young lady who won, and then I believe it was a young man who won for a clothing line, Be Empowered. Am I correct, Dr. Navarro? Okay. Okay, great. So yeah, shout out to them. All of them were amazing. I mean, really, truly they were. I mean, they were well beyond their years, very organized with their businesses, with their websites, with their social media. So it was really great to see that talent from our youth. First day of school was I was running around like Miss Morley. But that was amazing because I love the first day of school and all the kids are so excited, right? It's different than like around January, February time. Everybody's like, but everybody's so excited. Everybody had a smile on their face. So that was really nice. I went to a few schools that day and really enjoyed that. So just wanted to, again, just thank everyone for all the hard work, all of our staff, the educators, administrators, and everybody behind the scenes, as we saw earlier today with the opening of schools presentation. Everything that goes into the work that it takes to reopen the schools every year for our students and our staff, and everything that our staff is doing throughout the summer while everybody else is on break. So thank you all again.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Ms. Smith.
So I'll be brief. Went to a lot of the same events that my colleagues went to. On the first day of school, had an opportunity to go to the Gwynn Center and learn more about their self-contained SOAR classrooms and their STAY programs and some of their early intervention work they do with infants and toddlers. It was really great to be able to tour the building with Principal Wonderling and just learn more about that center and what's offered, as well as the Parent Resource Center that's there as well. Just lots of hidden gems. So I'm looking forward to being able to share more with the community in terms of what's happening specifically at that building and how our families might be able to access those services if they need them. Also participated in Davis Community Day, but of course that's one of my kids' schools, so I was there by default. But it was wonderful to see the amount of work that went into welcoming families back, from having a variety of community providers, to the back-to-school materials, to the school drive, back-to-school drives. There was just a host of really great work that went into ensuring that families felt welcomed that first day of school. And kids felt excited about coming back to school. Summer was ending, so just all of the great work that went into that. So kudos to them and all of the other schools that offered similar bashes for their students. Had an opportunity to meet with a constituent and some of Dr. Navarro's staff to look over the health curriculum. Ms. Thomas and I had an opportunity to do that. That was our first opportunity doing so. And it was great just to sit with a constituent and watch the staff sort of do their work and walking through and answering a lot of the questions that was coming from the community. So it was just a great opportunity to listen and observe. But I think the constituent ended up leaving with a positive experience, having had their questions addressed, as well as imparted some information that the system would consider in terms of going forward. So that was a great meeting. Also had the wonderful opportunity to participate, in the back-to-school baseball bash that EACC offered. It was an opportunity to see educators outside of the classroom. Oftentimes, we either see them here when we're giving them awards, or we see them in the classroom if we're going for school visits. But it was a wonderful opportunity to just see them amongst their family and just have a moment just to talk outside of school. So that was wonderful. So thank you to the EACC for that opportunity. Also had the wonderful fortune of taking my girls to see the Chorus Line Teen Edition at St. Charles High School this past weekend. My goodness, we have some talent here. I mean, I was like, there was a moment where I actually cried. I was like, is this Broadway? It felt like a Broadway-style production. I mean, these students are wildly talented. And just thank you again to all of the arts, the theater teachers that pour into them. But just a special thank you to parents, in terms of pouring into your child and telling them this could be a possibility for you, this could be an avenue, and just, furthering this, boosting them in that way. And of course, serving as their Uber and Lyft drivers, taking them to and from practice, to and from their team members' houses to practice. That's not easy. You put all of your things aside to pour into your child the way in which we're supposed to, but still, it's a challenge. So just wanted to say thank you to the teams that worked over the summer to make that production possible, as well as the administrators that poured into that, but also the families as well.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Butler Washington.
Had a great summer. I did not do much of nothing, but I did do two back to school book bags drive, where the book bags were full of supplies, and I gave out 350 bags. And the one I like to talk about the most is the one where I connected with a barbershop, with a beauty salon, where she did free haircuts, free hairstyles, and I gave out book bags. So for free. So her services were free and the book bags with the supplies, and the parents was very excited about that. And I want to remember one dad that came in because he simply didn't know what he was going to do with his daughter's hair. And he said, I saw you talking about it on your Facebook live. And he said, I had to come in to see, was it true? So he came in and got his son haircut and his daughter hair done. So that was a blessing to see that services for them. I attended Jennifer's first day of school. That was great. Principal Jackson took me around the whole school. That school is nice. He has, y'all redone that school, so it's nice. And they have a common room. I was like, a common room? He said, yeah, this is where the kids come in who are not having a good day in class or whatever. They bring them in the common room, and they sit there, and they got different stations. And when the child is ready to go back, they join them back to the classroom. And he says, from there, they have a productive rest of the day. So I think that was very nice, and for the school to have that. I attended also with my colleagues, I attended the EACC baseball bash with everybody else. It was great to see everybody. I haven't seen everybody for a while from there. I attended the Will Helpers. They had their 50th anniversary, so I attended that also. And soda cutting ribbon, that was so nice to see the school open up. So many people there to celebrate with them. And I was supposed to attend this student Shark Tank with Dr. Navarro. I had another engagement to do, but my granddaughter was in there, Brookie Brooke. So she had a great time. Dr. Navarro called me and said, do your grandbaby have her own business? I said, yes, that's my Brookie Brooke. So, yeah, she was there. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Ms. Butler Washington. Ms. Thomas.
Okay, I also did several events, the EACC Blue Crab. Joseph Mintz was there, so we said hi, and he did his pictures, and we did a lot of pictures together lately, so that was one. The Early Learning Center that did the ribbon cutting there, so that was another. The international teachers, that was fun with them, okay, and the CSM also. But I think the most exciting one is when we visited first day of school. I did to Gail Bailey. Then I went with General Smallwood, one of our staff members, Miss Majors. She had me there for over half an hour. We were open lockers. That was something exciting for the kids. They were like, okay, I can't get this locker open. So we were there for over half an hour, maybe, open lockers. So that was a challenge. The lockers were a challenge for them. They're like, I opened one people's locker twice or 3 times for them. I said, okay, just keep on, remember, slow down. They be going so fast. So that definitely was a challenge for them. And was a challenge for me in the beginning. I'm like, okay, I don't remember all of this. But I was very excited, and they were very excited, and I was excited to see the new staff that they have at Smallwood. So they asked me to come back in 1 month to just see how well they were doing. So that was it for me for now.
Very good. Yeah.
Briefly
Ms.
again.
Warren.
Yes, thank you. I had a long summer, to say the least. But I did, at the beginning of the school year, or rather the first day of school, I did visit Neal Elementary, Mary B. Neal Elementary School. Mr. Carroll was so kind to show me around. I got to see a few students, just walking through the hallways, and it's a really, really nice school. So I've been there before, but it was good to just be in the environment. Also went to the Willing Helpers anniversary. That was a nice event to celebrate what they're doing in the community. And I went to the Pasoda ribbon cutting opening, and that was just dynamic. So thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Ms. Warren. Yes.
Okay. As some of my colleagues said, summer was very short. I was not looking forward to waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning, but I am excited to be in my junior year of high school. One more year. Hope it needs to come hurry up. But school so far is pretty good. My classes are fairly easy. I hope they stay that way. And last thing that I wanted to say was the grieving across Charles County of our recent peer that passed away. I did a memorial for her in school for those who are mourning her and to send her condolences. So that was really nice just to see, to touch people. But yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Like my colleagues, I was at a lot of the same events, but I just want to say thank you to the staff at a few schools. On the first day, I went to Neal as well. I went in the morning. I went to T.C. Martin, to Stoddard, and also to Stone. And the week before, I went to Hanson and Ryan. Saw some folks here I hadn't seen in a while. And even the week before school, boy, when I went to Ryan, they were having something there. And I mean, they had the ice truck out front.
It was meet and greet, right?
It was meet and greet. Oh, I mean, it was Kona Ice was there, and I mean, you had to park 100 yards away. You couldn't park anywhere, so it was good. And getting the community involved in your school obviously is so important, and all those administrators are doing a great job. And when you have some time, go see some sporting events. Yes. When you're a board member, it doesn't even cost anything. So. Lots of good talent, just like the plays. Lots of good talent out there to see. All right, so we're going to move on then. We have some minutes to approve. We got a bunch of minutes to approve. So we're going to start with need a motion for the executive session minutes from the August 8th board meeting.
I move that we approve the minutes from August.
Thanks. Need a second? Second made. Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That's unanimous of all those present. Next are the regular minutes, or the minutes from the regular meeting of August 8th. Looking for a motion?
Motion.
Made by Ms. Creamer.
Second.
Second by Ms. Thomas. Any discussion on those? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Next is the virtual executive session from August 18th. Need a motion to approve.
Motion approved.
Made by Ms. Thomas, seconded by Ms. Creamer. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Unanimous among those here. Next are the executive session minutes from the August 22nd board meeting, virtual board meeting.
Motion to approve.
Made by Ms. Warren,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Thomas. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. That's unanimous. And finally, the work session minutes from the August 28th board work session. Made by Ms. Thomas, seconded by Ms. Creamer. Any discussion on those? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. Next, need a motion for personnel.
I move that we accept.
Made by Ms. Smith, seconded by Ms. Moore Lee. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Unanimous among those present. Thank you. Next on the agenda is policy 5157, 7.7.
And that
Miss,
is.
Ms. Creamer.
Thank you, Chairman. I motion that we table the policy because I have some suggested changes that I sent to you, Chairman, and I would like to have discussed with the board before we.
You copied me. You sent them to her.
Sorry.
Let's be clear.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Okay, you were on it,
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
Somebody, okay, you were all on it.
Okay.
So
All right, that's all.
I would like to have an opportunity for the board to review the changes that I would like, the changes that I'm proposing.
Okay, so there's a motion to table.
I'm seconding the motion.
All right. Okay. Do we have discussion, Mr. Schwartz, when it's a table? No. So all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, very good.
May I add something?
Yes.
Just because I heard something in the audience. Just to clarify that the proposed language, of course, will be posted again on board docs. To your point,
It's coming back as a report item.
Yeah.
Not as an action item. Next is policy 7230, which we talked about earlier. So we're just not going to do anything with that, and we'll see that in a couple of weeks at the work session. Next is the capital improvement plan.
Do we need a motion?
We do.
Motion to approve or accept?
Made by Ms. Kramer.
Second.
By Ms. Morley. All those, or any discussion on that, sorry. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. And finally, last but certainly not least, we have a list of our recurring resolutions. If it pleases the board, we can approve them all at once.
Motion approved?
Okay, well, there was a motion to approve by Ms. Thomas.
Yeah, approve all of them at once.
We can make some changes.
Oh, you want to have changes?
Okay, so there's a particular, Mr. Schwartz, you want to come up, please? So there's no second. Just for the purpose of discussion, can someone?
Second to get it discussed.
Did you
All right, so Ms., you going to second that motion, please? Or-
second the motion? No.
Oh, okay.
It dies, right?
It dies.
Okay, yeah.
If there's no second, it dies. There's
Okay,
no-
it dies.
There are no resolutions that pass.
All right. So, I'm hearing there's a change that someone wants to propose.
There's an amendment.
Correct.
amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so just for future reference, let's be clear. So I know still a little bit of a learning curve, but not technically, but routinely that should happen at the previous meeting. But not to say that we can't continue now. So which item is it?
What do you mean?
Who's making a motion?
Who's making?
I'm going to make the motion to make some amendments. I have them, but I didn't know if this
Is
was.
it for a specific policy or a specific resolution?
Yeah, I have several
Okay.
to add resolutions.
For additional recognition.
Oh, well, we can't do that all in one fell swoop. Please, Mr. Schwartz.
Yes,
Yeah,
the item on the agenda is an action item to approve the resolutions that were previously brought to the board for approval for tonight. So if you're looking to add, you can certainly make a separate action to add additional resolutions. That shouldn't affect the resolutions that the board is being asked to pass tonight. So if you're looking to pass those, and then if you want to add others, that's a separate action. So going back to the original motion that was made, there was no second, but if there was a motion second, the board approves those, they will pass. And then if you want to say, I'd like another resolution, that's a separate item you can bring forward.
Okay, and what would that be new agenda items or?
It would be, if you're proposing something new tonight, it would have to come back at 3 different meetings for a resolution.
No, I got it. I'm just trying to be clear on the process. So I should have brought that up then at new business or new future agenda items, or I can bring it up now.
Both. You should have brought it earlier.
Yes.
Since you didn't,
Still
there's
learning,
nothing
so.
stopping you from doing it now.
Yeah.
But typically, as Mr. Lucas, I think, indicated, you would usually bring that up under new business.
I got it.
We're beyond that at this point.
Right. So we have the resolutions that are on the agenda. So if there's no issue with that, I'd like to proceed with those, the ones that are on the agenda.
I guess it's fine if we can add later. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, okay. So we can discuss in a second.
You have a
So,
motion, yeah. Yeah, Brenda already motioned.
so Brenda already motioned.
She made it, moved, and there was no second, so that died, so we'd have to.
Motion approved.
Okay. so-
Mr. Lucas, you can't tell me I got to wait before, because we hadn't put a motion on the floor, was nothing on it, so that's why I said I
Miss
had a
Weller
question.
Washington, you'll get a chance to speak, but right now, what's on the agenda is the approval of the resolutions.
I got a question about that, that's what I'm trying to ask.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, the question I have is, when Ms. Kramer asked to add that on there, it doesn't preclude her from the adding it on there, Robert's rule says. She could have added that on there, and then we have voted on that, then we could have passed all of the amendments with hers included in one hatch. It doesn't have to come back to the board.
Well,
Yes.
only because we have to present it to the public.
does.
I know what you're thinking. Normally, you can make an amendment at the same meeting, but because we have to have the public have input, it would be the first time the public had heard. So we have to
This
allow them 3 opportunities.
My inference here is that this is an entirely new resolution.
Correct.
Yeah,
Several new resolutions.
absolutely.
Yeah.
You can't bring those up and pass them in
Okay.
the same meeting.
Got it.
You can't do
So
that.
it's the same as a policy, correct?
It's-
Okay.
Yeah, yes, it is the same as a policy.
Got it, thank you.
We need to do this again.
So, Ms. Thomas, you have a motion to approve the resolutions.
Motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Ms. Creamer.
Yes.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, seeing none, can everyone in favor please raise your hand? Okay, it's unanimous for all those present. So, now, there are additional resolutions that you'd like to introduce?
Yes, Chairman.
So,
Okay. Let me just pull up my little handy list here.
so,
You want me to do it now?
can you come up, please, Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
No, because it's not, it's not, it hasn't been advertised. So can you please direct us the best way to proceed? I think simply stating what the resolutions are for the public's benefit would be good. And
That
then
would be helpful. I don't know if it's necessary to read the whole resolution. I don't know
Correct.
what you're looking to
No, I'm just
propose.
gonna read the name or the month and the name of the recognition.
And that's the information you're giving to the board for discussion at the following meeting as a report item for adoption at the following meeting after that, which is fine. We can do that as a board tonight.
Okay, sound good?
Yes. No, this is just an information item to the board. This is the first step, and you can do that as a motion.
Okay. So you want me to go ahead, Chairman?
And I'm not suggesting that's typically the best practice.
Got it.
But we understand where we're going here.
I'm gonna
We're-
figure it out,
Yeah.
don't worry.
And I think giving the public a notice tonight of what this motion is, what this resolution is going to be about, we'll put it on board docs for next board meeting. That will give the public a chance to have input before it's finally adopted at a October or November meeting.
Ready? I also just want to say before I start that this was sort of a compilation between Ms. Smith, Ms. Morley, and myself. So not just me, but just wanted to let everybody know that for the benefit of the board and the public. So for January, we're proposing Mental Health Month. For February 11th, we're proposing National Day of Women and Girls in STEM. For March, we have for March 21st, World Down Syndrome Day, and for the entire month of March, Disability Awareness Month. For April, we have a few. We have Autism Acceptance Month, we have Arabic American Heritage Month, National Volunteer Month, and Month of the Military Child. Let me go down to May. For May, we have Jewish American Heritage Month and School Nutrition Professionals Appreciation Month. For June, we have LGBTQ Acceptance Month. For September, National Suicide Prevention Week. And we'll have to get the dates on that. We don't have that. And then for October, National Principals Month and School Bus Safety Week. And lastly, for November, Native American and Alaska Native Heritage Month.
And that's the end of the list.
Yeah, Ms. Morley.
I have 2 additional, Chairman. For June, Caribbean American Heritage Month, and December Special Education Day.
Okay, so let me look around. For everything that was read, does anyone have an issue with the board considering these resolutions?
There's a lot of resolution. Can we?
Well,
I got to look up some of them things. Jesus.
so I think what we'll do is again, I'll ask the question again. Does anyone have an issue with the board considering? And just because they're brought up doesn't mean the board is going to adopt them.
Yeah, I don't have an issue, but Mental Health Month, you said January? Mental Health Month is in May?
We had it on the list for January. We'll obviously have to
May.
we'll have to confirm. Yeah, we'll have to confirm.
I'm telling you right now, it's in
Okay,
May.
okay, gotcha. So we can move it
Yeah.
to May, yeah. Either
Okay.
way, you want it?
So to your question, no, I don't think
Does-
anyone does.
All right. Okay, so we'll work with staff. These have to be brought forth, and you have things written for all these?
No, but I will.
Okay. So over the next few months, we will work to get some of these things before the board so the board can look at them. And we have to get staff involved as well, because there are logistics involved. I see Shelley looking through the calendar, Ms. Mackey, sorry, looking through the calendar already. So these will come back before the board in the coming months. All right.
Follow-up question. So to clarify, are you looking for us to have the write-up similar to the resolutions we typically read, or what specifically, or are you just looking for a description of what each resolution is proposing to celebrate?
So in the past, when a board member has proposed a resolution, the board member has written what that resolution should say.
Yeah. The board is going to need the actual language of the resolution next meeting or next time we discuss it, to wordsmith it, to discuss it, to approve it, to move forward as an action item at the following meeting. So I know we're going in concept now for the information report, but at the next meeting, it really should be the actual resolution in hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Lucas,
Yes.
we may need it's
Yeah.
a lot of them, so we may just need a little bit of time.
We were not going to bring them all at once. Okay. We'll do a couple to do a test drive and work things out so the board members can appreciate everything involved, and then we'll go forward from there.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, anything else? All right, if I read my agenda correctly, it says adjournment, so.
Second.
Ms. Thomas, seconded by Ms. Kramer. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thanks very much. Enjoy the evening.